My dad worked in security. I got into it after he passed. One night, I was called on my night off. They needed someone to go fill in on another site. I'd never worked the site before, but hey, overtime. I accepted. It was one of my dad's old sites. So it's 0200. I'm doing my rounds. I enter one of the buildings, and I think I see someone moving up ahead. It's 0200, and the building is locked. There shouldn't be anyone in there. I quietly close the door behind me and creep up for a closer look. At the end of the hall is a security guard, which is odd as I'm the only guard on duty at the time. So I'm eyeing this guy, and I notice the uniform. It's for a company that doesn't exist anymore. In fact, it's for the company my dad worked for when he was at this site. So it hits me that this is my dad. I'm standing there, watching him. He's apparently doing a round of the building that I'm patrolling. I watch him. He looks directly at me, as if he could see me. He looks at me for about 30 seconds or so, and then he turns the corner. I ran to catch up with him, but he was gone. Almost 2 years later, I still swear I actually saw him that night. I don't know if it was a ghost, if I was hallucinating because it was one of his old posts and I was emotional, or if maybe somehow time loops exist and I actually saw him working the site in the past. I honestly don't know, but every time I have a night off and they can't find anyone to fill in, I jump at it, no longer for the overtime, but with the hope that whatever happened that first time happens again. I filled in over 20 times there since that encounter, and I haven't seen anything since. I grew up in a very scientific family. My dad, an engineer, was a practical, no-nonsense guy, not one to indulge in talk of ghosts or anything remotely paranormal. The concept of hauntings was practically foreign to our household, and I'd grown up assuming that ghosts and spirits were nothing but old wives' tales. But one night, during dinner in high school, I asked my dad about the old house, the one we lived in when I was just a baby. I'd heard bits and pieces from neighbors about strange things that had happened back then, and curiosity finally got the best of me. To my surprise, my dad grew quiet, looking at me for a moment before setting down his fork. Then, almost reluctantly, he told me a story that he'd never shared before, and the way he spoke, with a hint of something like unease, it made my skin prickle. He explained that not long after we moved into the house, strange things started happening. It was a typical suburban home, nothing remarkable, and we'd been there about a week when the first gift appeared. One morning, a Friday, I came downstairs and I found a small, handcrafted wooden figure sitting on the mantel of our fireplace. My dad said, his voice steady but his eyes distant, like he was seeing it all again. I thought your mom had put it there, maybe something from a yard sale that she hadn't told me about, but when I asked her, she was just as surprised as I was. And that was only the beginning. Every Friday morning, like clockwork, a new handmade item would appear on the mantel. There was no sign of forced entry, no windows left open, and only my dad and my mom had keys to the house. The gifts ranged from small carved animals to intricate old-fashioned toys. Each item looked like it was crafted with meticulous care, the wood smoothed and polished, tiny details etched into the surface. My dad, trying to remain calm and rational, contacted the police after a few weeks, thinking maybe a previous tenant had kept a key and was playing some sort of prank. The local police agreed to keep close watch, especially on Thursday nights. My dad replaced the locks. But the police, they never saw a single person approach the house, and yet every Friday morning, without fail, a new item would appear. It was unsettling, my dad admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I couldn't figure it out, and the fact that there was no explanation, it started getting to me. As the weeks turned into months, the gifts continued, and the situation began to take a toll on my parents. My dad, a logical man, was growing tense and short-tempered, feeling helpless in the face of something that he really didn't understand. Eventually, in a last-ditch effort, he went to our local church. He actually asked a priest to bless our home, despite my parents not being religious. It wasn't something he believed in, he told me again, but desperation drove him there. After the priest blessed the house, the gifts stopped. My dad seemed relieved, telling me this, almost as though he'd finally come to terms with whatever had happened. He didn't exactly say it was a ghost, and in his telling, he didn't seem to want to dwell on that possibility. But his face was tense, his fingers drumming on the table, and the silence between us was thick. One detail, though, lingered long after the story ended. There was one particular gift that my dad had mentioned that we kept. It was a small wooden sled with a carefully painted scene on it. The picture showed a man pulling 2 children on the sled. One child looked remarkably like me, and the other like my younger sister, who hadn't even been born yet when we lived in that house. And the man, with the square jaw and serious expression, looked strikingly like my dad. I remember staring at him, waiting for him to explain that part, but he didn't. We found that one, maybe a month before your sister was born, and 6 months before your mother got sick. Then he looked down, clearing his throat, and changed the subject. The rest of dinner was quiet, the atmosphere a little awkward, but I didn't press him further. The look on his face told me that he'd already said more than he wanted to. Years later, I asked him about the story, curious if he'd elaborate, but he denied ever telling me. He looked genuinely confused, brushing it off as if I was mistaken. When I pressed him, saying, "I remember every word," he grew tense, insisting I must have misunderstood. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said firmly, his eyes darkening in a way that I'd never really seen before. It's been a long time since that conversation, but I've never forgotten it. I still think about that sled sometimes, that small, intricate painting that somehow showed a family moment from years before it would ever happen. I've even tried to find it among our family's things, but it's nowhere to be found. My dad refuses to talk about it. And my sister, she doesn't really remember this weird little decoration, as she was so young. I don't know if I'll ever get any real answers, or that my dad ever had them to begin with. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't check my own mantle for something small and wooden. So far, nothing. About a year ago, I was at my dad's house taking care of the dog for a week because he had gone camping with some friends and my sister. My wife was also gone to Colombia with her family for a month. My in-laws asked me to take care of their dog while they were gone, and so I of course said yes. So there I am, first night at my dad's house with 2 dogs who had been playing together all day. I decided to go to bed around 10, so I lock the front door and the back door. I make sure every door in the house, except for my bedroom door, is closed, and I fall asleep. At about 12, I hear the dogs freaking out, barking and whining, so I jump out of bed to go check on them. On my way downstairs, I see the back door is unlocked and open. I look down at the dogs. They're both staring at the basement door, whining and growling, while laying in a puddle of their own pee. I realize dogs have accidents, but not these ones. Not at this time. I see the basement door is open, so I have 911 ready to be called on my phone, and I go downstairs. I searched around for a while, even though I wasn't sure what I was looking for, until I decided to go back upstairs and clean off the dogs. At about 1 a.m, the dogs are finally clean and no longer focused on the basement, so I make sure the basement door is latched, and I go back upstairs after making sure the back door is locked as well. At about 2 a.m., I once again hear the dogs barking and freaking out, so I run downstairs. Once again, I see the back door wide open, so is the basement door. But this time, both dogs are staring out the window, looking into the backyard. So I don't bother going downstairs, I just close the door. I run to the back door and I close it and lock it as hard and as fast as I can. I go upstairs, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, but both dogs slept on the bed with me. After about a week, my dad gets home and I ask him if we can watch his home cameras for the first night that I was there. He keeps it all on his cell phone. As we're watching, I was just looking to see if anything or anyone even went near the house during the night. Oddly enough, there was nothing. The only weird thing is that around 12 and 2, the back door randomly flings open with nothing going in or out. And you can see from a camera from a different angle in the house that I clearly lock the back doors every single time. My dad says there's been no issues with locks any other day before or since then. So if my dad's house is haunted, I guess whatever's there doesn't like me too much. I worked at one of the last booth homes for pregnant girls in the early 2000s. Lots of dead babies and some dead moms in the history of that campus. We had any number of creepy things happen, to the point that I brought it up in a staff meeting, and the social workers just said, "Oh, must be time to have the building blessed again." But what struck me was the baby swing. I came into the living room and found it swinging by itself, hours after all the teenagers were in bed. Now, this was an ancient mechanical wind-up swing. You had to turn a crank to start it. There was no electricity involved. There was no way it just started on its own. And there it was, swinging full force. I was completely terrified, but I just said, "If you want to swing, I'll be happy to wind up the swing for you. But when you do it on your own, it frightens people." Every night for the rest of the year or so that I worked there, I wound up that swing and let it go. I told other staff members, and I believe they did the same. I like to think it was a sweet baby ghost who just wanted attention, and we gave it attention. Later, they closed the program for parenting teens and made the whole place a homeless shelter. Now I'm sitting here worrying about my ghost baby. Is it lonely? I hope not. This is not conventional therapy by any means. However, I tend to use this platform like it is. Mothers with incarcerated lovers. My son's name is Marco Jr. We call him MJ for short. His dad, Marco Sr., has been held at the LSP for half a decade. Round trips there and back close to 6 hours. It's not easy on the gas tank, but it's important to me that MJ gets to see his dad and have him be a part of his life in any way that he can before he's released, and he's seen as a stranger when he comes home. We try to make it up there at the end of the month, typically around payday, so I can fill my tank. Last weekend, we had the same plan. When we got there, me and MJ were searched as procedure, but right afterwards, they told us Marco's compound was on lockdown. That sucked. What a waste of gas, makeup, and effort. I wish that they had something on their website to update us with stuff like that. I was pissed, but nothing that we could do about it, so I turned around and we went back out to the car. Heading home, we were about an hour into our drive. I've been trying to keep the atmosphere light by playing his Wiggles CD, singing to every goddamn one of those songs, trying to distract MJ from sad feelings, questions that I didn't want to explain, because I really didn't know why Daddy couldn't come see us. The guard I spoke to wasn't like, oh, here's what's going on right now. I was equally in the dark, 2 peas in a pod, listening to the wiggles. It's wild to be a parent and have to share these experiences with your child. I read a lot about adverse childhood experiences after Marco got arrested. It's called an ACEs test. I got a pretty decent score. I'm sure Marco would too. The generations of trauma pass down to the next. My goal as a parent is for MJ to check off less of those boxes, get a lower score on this thing than I did. So, we're driving, and in between songs, as one's fading out, I can hear MJ playing with paper. Trying not to divert my attention from the road for too long, I quickly looked over to see him messing around with an envelope. I ask, "Where'd you get that from?" He said a guard gave it to him. I'm like, what? When did they do this? MJ was by my side the whole time, and other than the woman I was working with, there wasn't anyone else around us. For sure not within the proximity of slipping my son a letter. Adding to the weirdness, when I asked what they looked like, MJ described someone that I for sure didn't see in there. He said this guard had broken sunglasses, like one of the lenses was missing in the frames, and the eye that he could see was all black. He actually portrayed this guard as scary looking. MJ also said that he knew his name. The guard called out to him to get his attention. He said, "Hey, MJ." When he turned around, the guard handed him the envelope and walked away. How could I have not seen this happen? If it wasn't for the physical proof he was holding in his hands, I would have just gone along with his imagination. Instead, I gently snatched the envelope out of his hands to get a closer glance at it. But when I saw the envelope had a familiar handwriting, it said, "Love, Marco." I put on my hazards and pulled off the road so I could mentally process MJ's weird story and figure out what was inside the envelope. It was, in fact, a letter from Marco. He would always write us a big front and back letter for me and MJ to read when we got home, filled with positive updates about the progress he's making with work, funny stories, and mostly how much he loves and misses us. It was also dated that day. I thought that Marco must have given the letter to a CO, asked him to deliver the message to us when he got there. It's beyond me. Regardless, I eventually ignored its creepy delivery and was just happy to see what we got. After figuring out it was a letter from Daddy, MJ wanted to still wait until we got home that night to actually read through it. So, we got back on the road, finished the last leg of the trip, full discography of the Wiggles all the way back to Yummy Yummy. Marco would call from jail a few days later, and it only piqued the creepiness of this whole letter thing to like a brand new level that neither of us could make sense of. So, they had that lockdown the day of our visit. I spoke to Marco on the phone that morning, telling him to plan on us being there close to 6. Marco wasn't involved, but he said that there was a huge fight that broke out before noon. Guards knew that it would only escalate between the two groups, so they shut the whole yard down, put everyone back in their cells. When the COs performed a count to make sure everyone was in their cells, they discovered 2 prisoners unaccounted for. That had everyone on staff running around looking for them. When Marco saw a CO named Lewis walk by his cell, he stopped him, asked Lewis the favor of giving us the letter if he saw us that day. He told him what time we were going to arrive and showed him a picture of us that he had. Marco said that he and Lewis were cool with each other, so Lewis took the letter. When I let him know that NJ got to meet him when we were there, Marco said that wasn't possible. I told him, well, somebody else gave MJ your letter then, but it was delivered and we read it right when we got home. I then told him what the letter talked about to solidify that yes, we did get it, and yes, we did read it. Marco, again, almost defensively, replies that it wasn't possible for us to have received the letter because it was delivered back to him. later that next day, while they were still in lockdown. Marcos says that the prisoners that went missing, they didn't get too far, and Lewis had been the first officer to find their hiding spot. The inmates, they strangled and stabbed him before the other COs could come to his rescue. Marcos said that Lewis was a really good guy that all the inmates liked. Everyone was shaken up about it. I'm on the other end of the phone line, obviously doing my best to console him because he sounds genuinely affected by the passing of Lewis, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is crazy. I have this letter around here somewhere. So while we're on the phone and I'm listening to him talk and reminisce about Lewis, I'm tearing apart the house looking for this letter to prove I'm not crazy. But I can't find it. Not in the house, not in the car. MJ didn't know where it went either. I did a more extensive search after I got off the phone with no better luck. Now it's been over a week, and neither MJ or I have seen that letter since, though both of us know that we had it at one point in time. So, what now? Just let it go, right? Don't dedicate my life to solving this mystery of the teleporting letter and Lewis the ghost. I'm sure obsessing over this would traumatize MJ, add to his already growing ACE score. So, just let it go, right? Right? But wow, that's a hard thing to swallow and just keep on moving like my perception of reality hasn't been glitterified. And since I can't seem to let it go, I'm sharing my story here. I don't really know why, but maybe somebody else has had an experience with a teleporting letter. Years ago, I worked as an orderly in a small hospital on the night shift. Most nights were uneventful, just a routine of answering call lights and cleaning up messes. But there was one room, the kind you never forget. The call light for that room had a mind of its own. It would go off at random, even when the room was empty. When there were patients in there, they'd insist they hadn't touched it. No one could ever explain it, and after a while, it became a strange little mystery. The older nurses had their own explanations. They'd say that it was Mary, a former patient, an elderly woman who had spent months in that room before she passed away. She's just asking for help, they'd whisper, half serious, half joking. It turned into a running joke. Any odd sound, flickering light, or unexpected call in that room. It's just Mary looking for attention. We all laughed, but late at night, when the hospital was quiet, I'd catch a certain unease in the nurses' voices. I didn't think much of it at the time. The years passed, life moved on, and I left that job behind me. Now, 35 years later, I find myself back in the same hospital. This time it's just a retirement gig, something to keep me busy. The place has changed a lot, but there's still something familiar in the way that it feels after dark. Mary's old room is gone now. It's been converted into a surgical area, bright, sterile, and modern. Nothing about it looks like the room I remember, and yet, sometimes when I pass by that wing late at night, with all the lights off, I feel it again. It's always just out of the corner of my eye, a shadow, a figure, standing there in the PACU, still and quiet, as if waiting. I tell myself that it's just an optical illusion, something about the way the light falls, or my aging eyesight playing tricks on me, but it never fails to send a chill down my spine. A few weeks ago, I mentioned the story to an old friend who's worked here all these years. I told her about Mary, about the call light, about the strange shadows I sometimes see now. She laughed at first, but the next time I saw her, she swatted me on the arm. "You had to go and tell me that story," she said, shaking her head. "Now I'm seeing her too." She was half joking, but her face told a different story. She looked uneasy, her eyes darting towards the hallway where Mary's room once stood. I still pass by the area every now and then. I still see the shadow, just for a second, always in the corner of my vision. I remind myself that it's nothing, just a trick of the mind. But sometimes, I wonder if Mary ever really left. Maybe she's still there, waiting for help, for attention, or maybe just for someone to notice her. I was working a shift in the college library on a Friday, a day so slow that the hours usually dragged by. The silence was that thick and undisturbed kind, the one that fills the air when you're nearly alone in a place that usually buzzes with life. I wandered through the aisles doing my usual rounds, and I found myself in the literature section, surrounded by worn spines of classic novels and poetry volumes. As I turned down one of the aisles, I noticed a student sitting cross-legged on the floor, deeply engrossed in a book. At first glance, he seemed out of place, exceptionally well-dressed for a college student. He wasn't wearing the usual jeans and t-shirt. Instead, he had on a perfectly tailored suit, almost old-fashioned, like something out of another era. His clothes were pristine, even polished, which struck me as strange. I approached him, offering a friendly smile. I asked if he needed help finding something. He looked up, his expression warm but slightly distant, as though his mind was somewhere far off. He told me he was searching for a book in German. Intrigued, I asked him which one, and that led us into a fascinating discussion about literature in its original language. He spoke with such depth and understanding, like someone who had spent a lifetime reading and studying. The way he chose his words, so articulate and formal, struck me as unusual, even a bit unsettling for someone his age. But I dismissed the thought. I assumed he was just an exceptionally studious, maybe old-souled young man. We sat there for a while, side by side on the floor, browsing through the sparse selection of German books. The shelves in this section were old, dusty, with only a few German volumes scattered here and there. After a while, I stood up, realizing I had an idea. I remembered another section where he might find more books. I told him to wait and turned to take just a few steps down the aisle. Then, suddenly a strange feeling washed over me. The aisle was silent, empty, eerily so. I spun around expecting to see him sitting there, but he was gone. In those few seconds, he had vanished without a sound. I hadn't even left the aisle yet, and there was no way that he could have slipped past me. I walked to the end of the row, peering around the corner. I even checked the nearby aisles. My heart was thumping a little harder each row that I found. The feeling of unease was growing. It was as though he had simply faded into thin air. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my mind racing, trying to make sense of it. Had I imagined him? Was my mind playing tricks on me? Later, the story of the library's history crept into my mind. The library was built on the grounds of a turn-of-the-century estate, with a history much older than the college itself. Buried somewhere on the grounds were two young boys, stepchildren of the estate's original owner, both around college age when they died. The thought that I might have encountered one of them sent a chill through my spine, a whisper of something unexplainable and timeless. In my heart, I'm certain of what I saw. That young man, with his polished suit and distant gaze, he hadn't been a student, not in any ordinary sense. I truly believe that I met one of those two boys, someone who'd been dead for over 100 years, lingering just a little longer in the place that was once his home. My name is Addie, and today's the 10-year anniversary of my sobriety. To celebrate, I wanted to share a story that happened to me about 10 years ago. I was 26 and living in a temporary housing shelter with my friend Monet. To qualify for this housing, you must have no pets, drugs, or weapons on the property. Some of our friends actually said no to the free housing, each for their own personal reasons, most of them being narrowed down to animals or habits they couldn't get rid of or easily conceal. Monet and I had habits that for the most part were hidden very well. Our drugs of choice were alcohol and on occasion a little oxy. Since we snorted the drugs instead of smoking, we didn't have to worry about any suspicious smells either. We were set. It was easy to get past security. Most of the bums working there didn't really care enough to check us, or they felt some kind of way about frisking a woman's body. There was your occasional alpha security guard, usually an older asshole looking to exert his authority. We knew to spot them out, and we would either return clean or wait until their shift ended, which was a bitch most of the time because our plugs didn't like to be out and about in the daylight hours. And they didn't work every night, so we adaptable fiends scheduled our calendars to pick up on odd days, then measured out our stash to last us until the next security switch. The night this happened, it was one of those typical nights. Our plug was the same as always. He hooked us up and we got back to our tiny home, drew all the curtains down real low and salivated over the paper bag holding our belongings. We dig in. How I Met Your Mother is playing on the TV. Before the episode's over, Monet turns the TV off. The mattress where she sleeps sits on the floor almost eye level with me. My sleeping arrangement isn't much better. It's an air mattress that I'd blow up and deflate every day and night. It was better than the hardwood floor of the room, though. I heard a distant sniff-sniff in the room, but I decided I was too zonked to bother with more. Then it becomes quiet aside from the distant city traffic. I don't remember when our conversation stopped, but we must have nodded off one after the other. Okay, now, this part chokes me up every time I retell this, and I've only shared it with a few people because of the circumstances and just how heart-wrenching it was to see. When I told my therapist about it, she blamed it on the drugs I was taking. So did my sister when I told her. They, as well as probably most of you, couldn't fully comprehend what it was like. What I got high with wasn't known to give vivid hallucinations, and I'd never had something like this happen before. But later that night, I woke up. Monet's desk lamp was still on, and when I opened my eyes, I'm looking in the direction of her mattress, and I see that she's sitting in a squatted position, making motions with her hands like she's furiously digging a hole into her bedding. I'm like, "Girl, what are you doing?" Monet stops her digging and turns her head towards me. I'll never forget the expression she had on. She was panicking. She says, "Addie, I can't get back inside. I can't get back." Then she turns her focus back to the bed and keeps digging into the bedding. I'm groggy and trying to process what she said. I move my attention to what she's digging at, and I see Monet, lying there, eyes closed, tucked under the covers. Then, the Monet that was on top of the other one digging is suddenly gone. For a moment, I couldn't believe my eyes. I literally did the pinch test just to make sure that I was awake. When I confirmed that I was, I got up and went over to wake up Monet, but she wouldn't wake up. I shook her, shouting her name, but she was totally limp, her head rolling to the side, eyes shut, face pale. My stomach twisted. My heart started hammering in my chest. All I could think of was, she's dying. I can't lose her. Then, without even realizing what I'm doing, I move her onto her side to see if there's anything in her mouth. When it was clear, I laid her back down and I started CPR. I pressed my hands over her chest, pushed down hard, counting under my breath, trying to remember my fleeting training from almost 3 years prior. I was desperate to get her awake, to breathe. My mind kept flashing back to that image, her ghost or spirit or whatever I had just seen, clawing desperately, trying to get back into her body. "Come on, Monet," I kept whispering. "Come on, you're still here. You're not leaving me." I stopped compressions for only a moment as I fumbled for my phone with one hand and dialed 911. I set the phone down to continue compressions. Once the dispatcher answered, I choked out our location and said, "My friend, she's not breathing. She took something. I need help, please." I didn't even hear the response, just the assurance that help was coming. The seconds felt like hours, every beat of silence between my compressions stretching out as I wondered if I'd already lost her. My whole body was shaking, but I didn't stop. And then, just when I thought it was too late, she made this terrible, gasping sound, like she was fighting her way out of a nightmare. Her chest heaved. She took a shuddering breath, eyelids fluttering as she struggled to open them, relief crashing over me as I crumbled next to her, my vision blurry from the tears. Paramedics arrived a few minutes later. They loaded her onto a stretcher, asking me questions, but all I could do was nod, dazed, and follow them to the ambulance, my mind replaying everything I'd just seen. I didn't say a word about her spirit. Part of me didn't want to believe all of which I'd just seen. The next few days were a blur. Monet was kept for observation, and I spent hours at her bedside, barely leaving, not wanting to be anywhere else until I knew that she was okay. She was quiet, almost haunted, not meeting my eyes. I wondered if she remembered any of it. Then, a few nights later, when things had calmed down a little, she looked at me and said, "Addie, while I was out, I had the scariest, craziest dream. It didn't feel like a dream, though. It was like I was watching myself from above. I kept trying to get back inside my body, clawing, screaming, trying to make myself breathe, but I couldn't. I could feel you, though. You were pulling me back." She paused, her eyes wide and scared. It felt like I was trapped, like I was so close, but no matter what I did, I couldn't break through. Her words hit me like a punch to my gut. It was exactly what I'd seen, the desperate look in her eyes, the way she'd clawed at the bedding, trying to get back to herself. It had been real as the night itself. I saw you, Monet," I finally admitted. "I saw you on top of yourself, like a ghost or something, digging, trying to get back in. That's what made me get up and help you." Neither of us said anything for a while. We just sat there, staring at each other, knowing that we'd shared something that no one else could ever understand. Whatever had happened that night had gone beyond anything I'd ever believed possible. It was enough to get me sober. I actually checked myself into rehab, which is something I had never seen myself doing. Today, 10 years later, I've made it through a decade of sobriety, and not a day goes by that I don't think about that night. Monet and I didn't get sober together. Believe it or not, that experience didn't shake her enough. She'd continue to struggle for the better part of a year. After she got clean, we started talking a lot more, and though we've both moved on, each in our own way, we know that moment saved us, both of us in different ways. Because for me, once you've stood at the edge, when you've seen someone you love clawing their way back from death, it changes you. It should change you. There's a short answer for everything, and to answer this as straightforward as I can, yes, I personally believe that areas of the Nez Perce Reservation are alive with paranormal activity. Just before the pandemic, I matched with a guy named Travis who lived on the reservation. We'd been talking for months, but had only met in person once for a first date. On our second date, Travis picked me up and we went out to dinner, with the plan afterwards being to get sweet snacks and watch a movie at his house. While we were having dinner, Travis asked me if I'm religious. I'm not. I think momentarily that the conversation's going to get preachy, but he followed it up with a secondary question. asking if I believed in ghosts. That I couldn't dismiss so easily. I asked why. He tells me that I seem like a really nice girl and he doesn't want to scare me off. Travis thought it was best to lay it out there because he was going to make a few odd requests of me when we got back to his place. I hold my breath, getting ready for him to quote a 50 Shades of Grey passage, but I'm able to oddly exhale when he says, "My house has been blessed, so it's free from evil entering its walls, but outside, the land is unsafe after dark, I would say, especially for non-native people." I thought he was joking, but he didn't laugh when I uncomfortably giggled across the table. His eyebrows stayed raised as if it was most urgent that I take this information as truth. When we get to the mini-mart, he says, "I just want you to stay in the car. I'll run in and grab all the stuff." I agreed. I was wearing heels and didn't want to do too much getting in and out of the car, so I was happy to oblige to his request. Honestly, all of his upfront, matter-of-fact talking about evil spirits attacking non-native visitors definitely did make him sound crazy. But everything he did besides that little dinner speech, it had been like a modern-day Prince Charming. Travis didn't have a murder me vibe, more schizophrenic if I had to pinpoint it right there. But not because his stories and theories were so outlandish, just not fathomable for me to invest in. Like when your friend's husband got really into flat earth and he tried to explain it to you at a barbecue. I understand that you understand what you're talking about, but that's as far as my comprehension will bend. Travis was an actual gentleman, though, and I was willing to roll with it, if only to see if he was actually mental. He opens the door for me when we get to his car. The drive was equally as fun as dinner. Travis was easy to talk to, funny. I'd never been to Nez Perce Reservation before. The pavement under our tires changed when we crossed tribal lines. His warning resonated in my head a bit, though I tried not to show how nervous I was. When we got to the mini-mart, we were the only car in the parking lot. Travis locks the doors and runs inside. I'm listening to the radio, texting a friend my location, on the off chance that he does snap. I was distracting my thoughts, forcing myself not to get spooked by the darkness all around. The outside of the mini-mart had one light that worked, and the rest of the road, it was black, aside from a lamppost 100 yards south of where the cars parked. Sitting there is where the first odd occurrence happened. I'm looking down, scrolling through my phone, and I hear 3 rap-tap-taps on the driver's side window. Startled, but thinking it's only Travis needing me to pop the door because his hands are full, I lean over to grab the handle. But just as I'm about to pull, I glance up to see that no one's there. 30 seconds later, Travis walks out with his hands full. He doesn't see that I saw him exit, so he presses his body against the car, balancing the snacks to tap the window. I hear the same rap-tap-tap on the window, but I can see that his hands are full. I lean over to pop open the door out of my pure nerves. I decided that the next moment he sits down that I overreacted. It's amazing how your mind can work against you sometimes. Maybe it's protecting you. I don't know. But I chose to keep quiet about the tapping. We got to his place, which wasn't too far from the mini-mart at all. My nerves had settled a bit from the good laughs in the car on the way, but now that we were parked outside of his place, I felt this urge to run inside as quickly as possible. Then, as if he read my mind, he tells me, "We'll be inside in no time, okay? The light's gonna come on too. I got you." Sure enough, a blinding light shines on as he opens my car door. We run inside the house. Inside did feel much better. For a while, I still just ignored that feeling from earlier, the one that I'd had since we arrived on the reservation, dismissing it as nerves. It was only our second date, but it wasn't all nerves, y'all. It wasn't. After getting the official tour, we decided on setting up a pillow fort for the movie. I was in charge of setting up the snacks and making sure the fort was comfortable enough. Everything was going strong until I realized that this man had nothing to drink. I don't mean like I needed alcohol or something, but all he had was a warm tap. When the man came out of the mini-mart without drinks, I didn't even think twice. Surely he's got something at his house. He was embarrassed and we laughed it off. Oversight on his part, but he was going to make it right. He tells me to stay put, hang out with the cats, and he'll be right back with 2 Dr. Peppers. Honestly, originally I was more upset at the thought of having to leave this lovely sanctuary of pillows, sweets, and cats for whatever was out there, so this new plan was actually okay with me. And then he left, and suddenly I realized I was alone, in a place I didn't know, and all I could think about was that feeling. I guess it's the feeling of being watched, though I'd liken it more to being preyed upon. Eventually, the motion-detected lights shut off. The darker room feeds my paranoia more, so I start flipping on all the lights that he showed me earlier. Surely he'd understand. Finally, I sat down with the cats, and then I heard it. A round of rap-tap-taps on the living room window. It was too soon for Travis to be back. No way. Obviously, I was making myself crazy, so I decided to browse Netflix. We already knew what we were going to watch, but I just wanted noise. I was letting random previews play as I caught in my peripheral a shadow running across the backyard. I turn instantly, but it's just passing out of sight. It was about the height of a tall woman or average height man. Then, rap-tap-taps in the opposite direction, much louder. I couldn't even bring myself to look out that window, but someone had to be out there. If I had have kept the lights off, maybe I wouldn't be this sitting duck, but what can you do? No motion sensor light, so it wasn't Travis. But how is it that whoever was out there didn't trigger it? I was never so desperate for someone to return to their own house. Please, just get here, I kept thinking. Please. Sitting there with his cats, I realized the door isn't locked. I can't in good conscience leave this door unlocked and not lose my mind. In a split second, I decided to jump up and run to the door. I locked it, and as I ran back, I saw something in the backyard again, standing still just for a moment. But as it disappeared, it was as though it was smoke, just dissipating into nothing. Then, the loudest rap-tap-taps yet, radiating off of multiple windows in the house. I watched both cats run in multiple directions, and without any control, I let out a scream that technically I'm proud of, but I didn't know I had it in me. And then I just sorta went to the floor, started scooting backwards until I met a wall and finally a corner. Eventually, the cat stopped running around, so I assumed safety. After a few seconds, I decided to emerge from the corner that I was inhabiting because suddenly it felt silly to be there. I stood up, and I remember thinking that I couldn't believe what had just happened. I thought about everything Travis had said and decided that I needed to believe that I was going to be perfectly fine inside that house. So, I turned off all the lights again, because I didn't want whatever was outside to have any sort of advantage looking in there. And then I sat where I originally sat, just waiting for Travis. There's a row of small windows along a section of the living room wall. They were high enough off the ground that they couldn't be reached by someone standing outside without a ladder. It was clear they served as a sort of skylight of sorts, just high enough to let in the light. I was staring out these small windows. It was so dark outside that the night sky was clear and full of stars, until suddenly the view was interrupted by something. The window, it was engulfed in black. I could hear that familiar but much quieter rap-tap-tap on the window. I froze the moment I saw eyes. I shot up at the sound. Once I was standing, I wasn't sure if I was ever going to be able to move again. Whatever was there was gone almost the moment I saw it. It just didn't make any sense. And then I saw headlights, thanking my lucky fucking stars that that man returned when he did. The motion-censored lights turned on, and I knew that he'd be inside any moment. I went to unlock the door just as he tried the handle, and I guess I didn't hide my current state too well because he instantly asked, "Oh shit, what happened?" He was asking if I was all right, and I was. I mean, physically, right, but what the fuck? I started from the top. He was attentive the whole time I spoke. It didn't make me feel crazy. And then it kind of clicked that, oh yeah, I bet he felt a little cracked asking me the ghost stuff, telling me all that spooky stuff. Well, I wasn't much of a believer in anything before I met Travis, not really. But I couldn't deny the entire experience. There was too much there to be a coincidence. I was less scared talking about it while having someone there with me. Whatever target was on my back seemed to subside when he came home. We for sure never watched a movie that night. I basically made Travis tell me a bunch of his stories, his own experience, but also the experiences of anyone else. He told me that the shadow and the eyes that I saw, they likely weren't anything evil. He said it was good. Particular and misunderstood, but evil, he didn't think so. He told me the story of why his house was blessed to begin with, but I'll have to save that for another time, mainly because it doesn't involve me, so I'd rather ask him before I share it here. We're still dating over 3 years later and literally live together, so stay tuned. My parents are homesteaders, so we live a pretty off-the-grid existence. Behind our house is a giant 60 by 60 two-story garage for all of our farming equipment. The upstairs ended up being a clubhouse for my brother and I, so that's where we would spend most of our free time. A few years ago, we were playing Xbox late at night, and it started to storm. We like sleeping in the garage when it rains because it sounds nice on the metal roof. But then the storm got bad. The wind was blowing really hard, and the thunder shook the rafters. We were talking about making a run back to the house when something heavy hit the roof. It sounded like a huge tree limb fell on it. We ran downstairs and stopped outside the door because we couldn't see the house lights through the wall of rain. Even with the roof's 3-foot overhang, we were getting soaked, and the wind was blowing hard enough to make the trees crack. Then there was another loud bang right over our heads. We looked up as the flash of lightning struck. We saw 2 giant monster hands grasping at the edge of the overhang. The fingers were much longer than humans, and its claws or nails, they were just as long. Both of my brothers and I saw them, and when we screamed, the thing's face appeared over the edge just as the sky went dark again. From what I could see, it had a snarling, wolf-shaped face, covered in hair or fur. I couldn't tell if it was brown or gray, but it was a dark color for sure. My brothers and I screamed even louder, took off running towards the house. They quickly outran me and disappeared into the night. Then I really started to panic. My foot went into a hole, and I fell as another flash of lightning struck. I looked back while trying to get up, and I saw that this monster was on the ground, right where we had been moments before. It was standing on 2 legs, looking at me. Everything went dark again as it started coming towards me, and I still couldn't move. I laid flat and covered my head because it's the only thing my body would do. I could hear heavy footsteps running towards me, and I truly believed I was going to die. They were only a few feet away when a loud gunshot sounded behind me, and the footsteps stopped. There was a second shot, and the footsteps began running in the opposite direction. Still, I couldn't move until a pair of hands were trying to pick me up. I screamed and flailed until I heard my dad's voice. When I opened my eyes, he was standing over me, and I jumped into his arms. My brothers were with him. One held the shotgun while the other had a spotlight. We didn't stay to look for whatever that thing was. We just ran back inside and locked the doors. Dad saw a figure running at me, but couldn't make out its features. He thinks it was just a man, one that we mistook for a monster in the dark storm, so he called the police. But my brothers and I, we know what we saw. When the cops came, we tried to tell the truth, but they didn't believe us any more than our parents. They checked around our house that night and returned in the morning to check the rest of the property, but they found no signs of squatters or anything else. They probably thought that we were all crazy. Either way, my brothers and I decided that we didn't want to hang out in the clubhouse anymore. We didn't even want to go outside at night anymore. Several years ago, on an exceptionally cold winter night, my husband was working late. This was unusual, and it left me alone in our nearly empty apartment building with our newborn son. Our unit was the only one occupied in the entire building. Everyone else had moved out for renovations, and we were supposed to follow in a few weeks once our new place was ready. It was eerie sometimes, but I'd grown used to it, telling myself it was temporary and I liked the quiet. Our front door had a lock, but it was flimsy, nothing more than a deadbolt that didn't quite latch, leaving a gap that could probably be forced with a hard shove. I'd meant to call the landlord about it, but with the baby, there was always 100 things demanding my attention. Besides, the building's outer downstairs was deadbolted, so I thought that we were safe enough. But that night, as I was settling into the couch and my son cradled in my arms, I heard it. A shuffle, a scrape on the stairs. I froze, heart pounding, every nerve on high alert. I knew my husband wouldn't be home yet. The sound grew louder, coming up the steps slowly, deliberately. The walls of the building were thin, and I could hear every creak of the wood, every breath of movement. And then there was a knock at my door. Not a friendly, quick knock. This was slow and heavy, like someone was testing the door and waiting for a response. I held my breath, instinctively pulling my son closer. The knock came again. This time, a voice accompanied it, muffled but clear enough to send chills down my spine. "Let me in," they said quietly, drawing out each word. "Let me in." I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. My mind was racing. I didn't have my phone immediately on me. It was on the other side of the room. So with my son cradled in my arms, I decided to quickly but quietly make my way there, hoping that he wouldn't stir or make a sound. On my way, there was that voice again, almost irritated and louder this time. "Why won't you just fucking let me in? Why won't you let me in?" The words, the way he said them, they made my bones hurt. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him. He was close, just on the other side of that door. My mind raced through the options, but there weren't very many. I snuck into my son's room. He was still sound asleep. I gently wrapped him in a blanket, placed him in his crib, and then I pressed my back against his door, wedging myself between it and the wall, bracing my feet on the opposite surface. I pushed with all of the strength that I had, hoping I added enough pressure to keep the man out. He wasn't inside, but I knew that that front door lock wouldn't keep him out if he tried. I could hear him struggling for the lock. I could hear that he was still talking, but what he was saying I wasn't sure. Probably just more "let me in." I closed my eyes and I was willing myself to stay silent. I decided, you know what, 911. My husband texted me that he had already called 911. I decided in the last minute that I was going to speak loudly. So when they answered, I said, "I need help. Someone's trying to break into my apartment. Please come quickly." I told them, yes, I'm on the top floor. "Please hurry." The rattling of the doorknob stopped. Silence filled the air, thick and heavy. I wasn't really breathing. After what felt like forever, I heard the man mutter something low and unintelligible, followed by slow, heavy footsteps descending the stairs. I explained to the operator what I heard and what I thought was happening. The operator assured me that they were sending someone, but by the time the police arrived, he was long gone, vanished. When they searched the building, they found nothing. No signs of forced entry downstairs. That's when I remembered. The landlord had been in earlier that day. He must have left the outer door unlocked. The officers offered words of comfort, but I could see the worry in their eyes. I barely slept for the next week, jumping at every creak, every shadow, every sound in the empty building. Even now, years later, I still remember his voice, soft, chilling, etched into my memory like a scar. I can't help but wonder, was it the landlord that I had such little contact with? How else would a random person select the one occupied unit in the entire building? I just hear it still. "Why won't you let me in?" It's chilling. This is my dad's story, not mine. But it was the early 1980s and he was working a summer job at Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. One day, he and his friend Mark hiked up to the top of one of the mountains. They set up their tent inside an Indian pit, a man-made hole dug out by Native Americans hundreds of years ago. The Indian pits were either used as hunting blinds or spots where young braves came for their vision quest. Late in the night, my dad wakes up and he has to use the bathroom. Number one. He crawled out of the tent, out of the pit, and went walking a respectable distance away from the tent. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder pull him backwards. My dad calls out, "Hey, Mark, what are you doing?" He turns around, turns on his flashlight, and there's nobody there. He shines the light at his feet, discovers that his next couple of steps would have taken him directly off a steep cliff. He did his business and hurried back to the tent. The next morning, the two friends were waking up and his buddy says to him, "I know this sounds crazy, but I woke up in the middle of the night and I swear to you, there was an Indian man standing outside our tent." Whatever really happened that night, my dad is alive. He met my mom in Yellowstone, and here I am writing this story to you today. So, if you read my previous story about the Nez Perce Reservation, this is the story of Travis's home. The land Travis now owned had a strange, heavy feel to it, something that made the air thicker and the nights darker. His words. People in town always warned him about it, telling him that it was cursed ground, haunted by the spirit of a woman whose bitterness had seeped into the soil itself. Travis shrugged off the stories as folklore, but he admits that he couldn't shake the odd sensation that he felt whenever he was alone outside, especially near the spot where the old woman's house once stood. The story, as he'd heard it, was that years ago, the Nez Perce tribe had leased out portions of the reservation land to local farmers. Most of the land transitioned quietly, but there was one holdout, a widow, well into her 70s, who refused to leave her small house on the plot of land that she tended to her whole life. She clung to that ground with conviction, the kind that people found unsettling. They said that she would talk to the land itself, whispering to it at night, calling it her only family. Rumor had it that she was speaking to a dead husband, one whose spirit was still there, watching over her. Eventually, her refusal to leave became more problematic. The land had been promised to farmers, and with the town pushing for her relocation, the tribal leaders reluctantly arranged for her to be moved to a nursing facility where she would be cared for. As they escorted her from the property, she stood outside her home one last time. She cursed the land that she was leaving behind. She vowed that no one who touched the soil would find peace. She deemed this the area surrounding her home as well. It wasn't until she'd been settled in the nursing home that staff there learned some unsettling truth. The woman had never once spoken of any family members in her care interviews, but records later revealed that she'd had a husband, and she'd buried him herself in their backyard over 30 years prior. No one knew how or why the authorities had overlooked this detail, but it was undeniable. These remains were likely what kept pulling her to stay, to not want to leave. The strangest part was the timing. Shortly after her curse, things started happening on that land. Crops planted there would wither inexplicably. Machinery would malfunction. Even the soil itself seemed to shift, making it difficult for anything to grow. Farmers who worked the land reported strange, distorted shadows at dusk, drifting lower over the field. Some claimed that they heard a woman whispering. When Travis bought his house, people warned him not to build anything on the eastern side of the property, which is where her house had stood. He laughed it off, though. Superstitions didn't exactly scare him. He'd been raised to be practical, believe in what he could see and touch. But as he started to clear that part of the land for his garden, he uncovered a peculiar-looking stone in the dirt, etched with strange, weathered symbols. It looked old. It gave him pause, and it was something he couldn't shake. That night, Travis couldn't sleep. Shadows seemed to be looming closer in the corners of his room, or just outside, and a low hum filled the air, like a distant chant. As he drifted in and out of restless sleep, he dreamed of her, the woman from the stories, standing at the edge of his bed, staring down at him with hollow, accusing eyes. Her face was pale, expressionless, and then she was angry. Her lips moved, mouthing words that he couldn't hear. The following night, Travis heard something outside his window, a faint, faraway scratching sound. He looked out to see a dark figure, half transparent, moving slowly over the ground where he dug. The figure seemed to dissolve and reform, like smoke caught in a whirlwind. Its shape was vaguely resembling a man, and behind it, he saw her again, her face twisted with rage. Travis remembered the stories he considered old legends. In the afterlife, there's a tribunal, a gathering of spirits who review each other's souls' actions, a reckoning before any soul can move on. Some face their wrongdoings, seeking peace or redemption, but others, those who cannot bear the weight of their sins or simply refuse to leave the world behind, remain trapped, tethered to the physical world. They walk the land, unable to leave, haunting the places where their lives unraveled. Travis abandoned his gardening plans soon after, deciding instead to leave the area that sits east of the house alone. He felt that that's what the woman was telling him. That's what everyone else seemed to be telling him. Was it really so wise to press one's luck, he thought. The space remains maintained, but otherwise left alone. Travis feels that there are two spirits there, and I tend to agree. A husband and a wife, both attached to that land for better or for worse, likely both vowing at one point to never leave that place. Of course, he doesn't and didn't really know, and that's why he chose to have his house blessed, understanding that if there is something evil, something unwanted there, he should take precautions. You can never be too careful when dealing with the unknown. I guess for what it's worth, I was terrified the first time I experienced something there, but ultimately, I've always felt really safe inside this home. I don't know what all goes into a blessing, but it would appear that there's nothing trying to harm anyone inside this house. I mean, there is something there. It just seems to prefer the outdoors. The worst summer job I ever had wasn't really the worst job ever, but one isolated incident kept these feelings resonating through the years. When I saw this question, I knew I had to answer. I was a summer camp youth club leader at the YMCA for 1 year. I'd already been working for the Y, but that was the first year they'd asked me to be a camp counselor for 2 weeks in July. Usually it would be my lead that attended these trips, but she was just about to give birth or had just given birth. Either or, I was next in line. It was extra money, and a month before I got that offer, my boyfriend at the time cheated on me with my friend at the time, KARI Bernadette McLennan. That snake bitch ruined my summer schedule indefinitely. Yet another big incentive to get away for a few weeks. Sure, I'd be watching over some kids, but what's the worst that could happen? The morning arrives and me and the other camp leads are supposed to show up early for an orientation. Then the kids would arrive shortly after. Each lead receives 5 kids for their troop. I wish that I could say I remember all the kids' names that I had in my troop. I know there was a Tabitha because we called her Tabby Cat, but out of the girls I had, the only name I distinctly remember, and will always remember for the rest of my life, was Beth. But why Beth? Here's why Beth. And this shit literally started on the first day. Well, night, because that's when she started scaring the girls. I don't know if it was even a full moon that night, but Beth kept telling everyone that something changes in her during a full moon. Once her parents had found her on the front lawn with bloodied clothing after a full moon. Dumb shit like that. A few of these girls were churchgoers, so Beth's demonic claims were really getting to them. Oh yeah, Beth told them that she could talk to the devil before the full moon thing. The cabin, all 6 of us shared, was built like a miniature log cabin. Inside each wall, aside from the entrance, had 2 slabs of woods on it, resembling bunk beds. The first thing everyone did was pick their bunks and set their sleeping bags on them. I, of course, had to be above Beth, as the other 4 girls had linked up immediately as bunkmates. The camp cabins are relatively spread apart from each other. Each cabin has a small trail that joins into a larger central pathway. Depending on which way you took, it would lead you to either the food hall or the art center. Or swimming, archery, and the rec, that was going left and right, but on the other side of the pathway. Like, if you were to keep walking straight out of the cabin, you'd find yourself at a huge lake with docks and kayaks. The cabin my troop stayed in had a beautiful view of the lake, and my bunk had a perfectly unobstructed view of it through one of the small windows. But that means so did Beth. Still, the same first night, I'm falling asleep and I can hear the girls all chatting below me. Their conversations make me squirm in my sleeping bag, thinking about being so cringy at that age, and if I wasn't already slightly disturbed by their bursts of laughter and whispers, Beth had to make shit weird again. From below me, I can hear her get way louder than the other girls' whisper squeaks. She goes, "There's someone floating above the lake. No, look, there's really someone out there." I'm turned facing the wall, and I can hear the girls slowly grow quiet. None of them move, though. They're all apprehensive to leave the warmth of their bunks on the possibility of being fooled by one of Beth's crazy claims. For me, though, all I had to do was turn over. So I did. I'm looking about 120 yards from our window to the water, and suddenly I felt that impending sense of doom, that deep fight or flight fear. Beth wasn't lying. I saw a man suspended just above the water of the lake. If he was in the water, I would have thought that he'd drown, but he was floating above the water. His shadow, it was visible on the calm waves under him. One of the girls eventually gets up to look. She sees it too, and calls for the other girls to come to the window. They all press against it, looking at this anomaly. This blocks my view of the lake, but almost right after they all gather at the window, they all begin to scream and run back to their beds. Pretending I'm asleep, I can hear them all talking back and forth about how a blue light came up from the lake and pulled the man down into the lake. They argued if they saw a tentacle reach through the blue beam of the light to grab the man. One of the girls was quietly sobbing, and I fell asleep to Beth's voice repeating, "See, I told you so." The next day, I'm shocked that none of the girls are bringing it up to me. Like, none of the girls tried to tell me what happened the previous night. I couldn't tell them I was fake sleeping to ignore their cries of terror, so I just left it alone too. But me and 5 tiny witnesses did see something. So, what was it? I was on a ferry for a school softball trip off Kodiak Island in Alaska, 2014. I was 18. A whole bunch of us had snuck up to the deck around 11 p.m., wanted to watch the waves and smoke cigarettes and weed and just be general teenagers on a boat without supervision. It was 11 p.m. in May in Alaska, so the sun was thinking about setting, but it was still bright outside. So we're just doing our thing, and we notice a pod of orcas swimming with the ferry's wake, which is very cool, but not, unusual. If you're familiar with the dimensions of an orca's fin, you know that they're about 4 to 6 feet in height and look like big black spikes coming out of the water. They travel and hunt in pods of anywhere between 15 to 40 whales, apex predators, the beautiful demon murderers of the sea, total assholes, but top of the food chain. So, we saw a pod of orcas, counted them to be about 10 or 15, with some babies scattered in there. Very fun to watch. Took them a good 30 minutes to all go by. We tried to get pictures, but it was just dark enough that our shitty phone cameras weren't much good. And about 30 or 40 minutes go by, we've pretty much sobered up and it's about to get dark. We're cold and sleepy and about ready to go in. No more orcas. Haven't seen one for like a half an hour. And then one of my JV girls spots another one. So we all turn and look, but one dorsal fin is immediately followed by another, and another, and another, and then two more after that, in separate rows, and they're taller by a lot, and jagged, like some would have whole chunks torn out of them. And they were 8, maybe 10 feet tall, and they were all attached to one creature. We could barely see its back slicing through the water, covered in these rows of spikes, and it just keeps coming. This thing is like 20 or 30 feet from the ferry, running parallel to it, and we're all just transfixed. Like there's 9 or 10 of us, no one's saying a word because we've all just turned to look at a whale, and we're all now watching something that's like horrifyingly, terrifyingly, obviously not a whale. Someone tries to take a picture, but it's too dark at this point, and the only reason we can see this thing is the light that's cast from the ferry portholes. Tale as old as time, when it comes to things you really fucking wish that you had a picture of. But we all stand there, completely scared and fucking stiff, in awe. We watch this thing just keep surfacing for a good 6 or 7 minutes, which means that whatever it was long. Like 60 or 70 feet long, or longer, and covered in enormous spikes. Spikes that looked like they'd won 1,000 battles with God knows what. It took what felt like an eternity for any of us to say anything after the last of it disappeared into the strait. I mean, if you and like 8 of your friends had just seen something that all science had definitely pointed to not existing, and you had all seen the exact same thing, and it was very obviously trailing, no, probably hunting, not one, but 15 apex predators. What do you even say to break the silence? That's the thing that eats me about this whole thing. It was the hunting. It was following them. It was literally hunting about 60 ton of toothy, angry, intelligent apex predator. Every once in a while, one of us will hit another one of us up and check in, like, hey, do you remember this? Was I hallucinating? Did we all see the same insane, worldview melting, terrifying thing that night? And the reason I know we did is because none of us talked about it after that. Not during the trip. Not after. Not to any of our friends, because we knew how the fuck do you even tell someone about that? But now, almost 10 years between us and that night, I assume that some of them probably have told other people. I know that I tell people, because I've seen a lot of shit like that in Alaska. And also because there's a very rich history among Native Alaskans of a something that lives and hunts in the waters around Kodiak. And it's important to tell its story because someday it's going to eat a little too much plastic, and no one's ever going to watch it hunt a pod of orcas from a boat ever again. My husband and I stayed at a super old hotel in Santa Fe, New Mexico. At the time, I didn't really believe in paranormal things like ghosts, mainly because nothing had ever happened to me. The old room that we were staying in had this decorative wooden chair that had a slanted seat. I took note of the slant because I wound up putting my computer bag on this chair and felt comfortable doing so. I'm super careful with my electronics, and the slanted seat made it so that my bag slid all the way to the back of the chair, and so that it couldn't fall. I also hung a nice new dress on the back of the chair. We went out for sightseeing, and when we came back, my dress was on the floor near the chair. I wondered if housekeeping had touched it, even though we had a do not disturb sign on our door. Oh well, we ordered some dinner and went to bed. My husband and I were laying in bed in the dark, talking, almost falling asleep, when suddenly we heard a super loud slam. It was so loud we shot awake and both turned on the light. There, on the other side of the room, a good 10 to 15 feet from the chair, was my computer bag. It was like someone had lifted it and threw it down. There's no way that it just fell off the chair that far away, and the chair's seat was slanted backwards toward the wall. It would have been hard for just about anything to fall off, especially forward and 15 feet away. And it was a slam to the ground. I was so terrified, but my husband just shrugged it off like, I guess this place is haunted like a lot of places in Santa Fe. Guess the ghost doesn't like our stuff on its chair. I demanded that we sleep with the light on. I didn't even have the courage to check if my computer was okay until the next day. For anyone wondering, it was fine. Thank goodness. It had a nice case on it. Well, the next morning, my husband asked the front desk if the hotel was known to be haunted, and the guy just laughed and said, "Oh, what? Did you see the little girl?" No, we hadn't seen a little girl, but we certainly had seen something. Update for those of you who are wondering, the hotel was the Hotel St. Francis, and I found a picture online of the chairs on a random Yelp review. I guess a few of their standard rooms have this chair, so the pictures probably aren't the chair. But if you're into the paranormal, check out Hotel St. Francis. Maybe you'll see the little girl. A bit of background. When my wife was young, her parents and siblings lived with one set of her grandparents. Her grandfather was murdered in the home. It happened in his bedroom upstairs. The room was primarily used as storage for the next 20-plus years. Her parents tried to sell the house multiple times, but living in a small town, everyone knew and the house wouldn't sell, so they stayed. Years later, and while my wife and I were engaged, there was a murder trial which I attended in support of her family. I saw the crime scene photos. Important later. Another few years later, we had 2 kids. The oldest was 6 at the time. My wife's family does not like to talk about the murder, and our kids don't know about the murder to this day. My father-in-law decided that he wanted the room where the murder happened to be a hangout for the grandkids when the family was in town. He put sleeping bags and a TV in the room ahead of the holiday days-long get-together. We didn't like it, but we stayed silent since the murder was a sore subject. My father-in-law also wanted all the grandkids to sleep together in that room. We were the first to arrive, and my son went into the room alone. He usually couldn't sit still long at that age, so after a couple of hours, I decided to check on him. And here's our conversation. During the whole conversation, he was still and rigid and would not look away from the TV. "Hey, buddy, is everything okay up here?" "Yeah." "Okay, have fun." "Daddy, do I have to sleep in here? I don't want to." "Why not?" "I'm not alone." Every hair on my body stood up. "Well, yeah, I'm here with you, buddy." "No, there's someone in here with us." Are they nice? Mean? A grown-up? A kid?" "A grown-up." "What are they doing right now?" "They're watching you." "You never said anything like this at your grandparents' house before, and you've been here a lot." "They don't leave this room, and I've never been in here before." "Where are they now?" Without looking away from the TV, he points to the far corner where his great-grandfather was murdered, and he said, "They're standing over there. They don't move much." "Okay, buddy, you don't have to stay in here." And he left the room with me. I work as a supervisor in the cashier area of a casino, and for years I've been on the graveyard shift. It was around 10 years ago, back when we still closed the floor at 4 a.m. The nights were long, often quiet toward the end, but that night still lingers in my mind. It was a little after 5 a.m., and I was alone. My assistant had run home for a bit. I didn't mind since I was wrapping up paperwork, but the silence in the casino at that hour always felt different. It wasn't the usual kind of quiet. It was heavy. I stood at the counter, flipping through forms, my hair falling onto my face as I concentrated, and that's when I noticed something, just for a split second. My hair moved, or at least I thought it did. It was such a fleeting thing that I almost dismissed it, chalking it up to my own restless mind. And then I realized it wasn't just my hair. One of the swivel chairs behind the cashier station was spinning, slowly. I froze. The chair creaked faintly as it turned, the sound sharp against the stillness of this empty casino. I stared at it, trying to make sense of why it was moving. There was no one else around. The air conditioning wasn't on, and there wasn't even the faintest breeze. And yet, it moved. The chair slowed its spin until it stopped completely, facing me. It felt deliberate. A chill was crawling up my spine, and my hands were actually trembling as I set down my pen. My eyes were darting in the shadowy corners of the room. Was someone there? Was I imagining things? I sat down, trying to steady my nerves a bit, convincing myself I was just tired. Maybe I'd wait for my assistant to get back before I finished the paperwork. And then the phone rang. It was surveillance. Their voice was calm, almost too calm, but there was a strange tension behind it. "Hey, did you see that?" I gripped the receiver tighter. Yeah. What the hell was that?" They laughed, but it wasn't the kind of laugh that puts you at ease. It was the kind of laugh that people use when they don't know how to explain something. It wasn't until weeks later that I thought that I should ask if they saved the footage so I could see it. But I already knew the answer. Back then, we still used old tapes, wiped every 2 weeks. If the tape wasn't flagged, it was already gone. Even now, though, I wish I could see that video to prove it wasn't all in my head. Maybe it's better that I didn't. Some things are easier to leave unanswered and just keep mysterious. Definitely a what the hell moment, though. One that I still think about, especially at night. A coworker trauma dumped pretty hard on me today. It came out of nowhere and I navigated it well. I pride myself on holding a good poker face. It's my way to show non-judgment. I believe communication makes the world go round, and I cherish when someone can feel comfortable enough with me to share personal stories of what made them who they are. Today, Friday afternoon, the office is pretty much empty. I've been staring at a computer all day and went to get a cola from the staff lounge. I ran into another woman on my team. We'll call her Z. She smiled, I smiled, and then out of nowhere, she asks if I believe in aliens. I say yes, and we start talking about our theories. She tells me about an article she was reading about the mysterious Area 51. She jokingly says, "Americans are obsessed with aliens." This conversation somehow turns into her telling me some honestly very fascinating information about her Muslim faith. And this turns into her telling me about where she's originally from, and that turns into how she got here. And right in there, that's when I got the unintentional trauma dump, though I don't think she knew she was trauma dumping. In her words, it's all she knew of life at the time. While Z was talking to me, I felt so privileged to be where I am. I'm 40 years old and realized this woman's saying things that I've never heard someone tell me in real life, and I haven't been able to think about anything else for the rest of the day. I'm going to explain this the best I can without trying to get anything wrong. If I do, let this be known. I'm terrible at geography, and I have zero depth or knowledge of the details. I'll do my best to re-trauma dump the trauma dump best I can. Z's family is Muslim, but where she's from, Muslims follow two distinct traditions. You're either Shia or Sunni. These two sectors don't like each other. Z's family was Shia. She lived with her mom, dad, and was the middle of 3. Her older brother was 19, she was 16, and her younger sister was 10. Z's dad made computer things and was working with an American company, one that worked for the FBI. Because of his job, Z and her family were always moving around every few years. They had to live secretly, never reveal anything about their dad's real job. Fighting starts in the town that they're staying in. They're given an address and told that a new home will be waiting for them when they arrive. So they picked up their belongings and once again fled for another location in Iraq. After traveling for hours, they make it to their destination and soon find out that their new home is right in the middle of Sunni territory. This is bad for Z's family. I would have never imagined how bad until she told me. So this next part, it's important if you believe in the paranormal, supernatural stuff. I do. But if you don't, this part might not be significant for you. Personally, I was unable to control my jaw almost touching the floor. Z's at the part about her family moving into rival territory, and she asks me if I believe in ghosts. I do, I guess. Never seen one, but I have enough friends with random stories here and there that it would almost be disrespectful to them if I flat out said no. She says they're called jinn there. Her family's house had several, and they primarily tormented the children. Z thinks that they fed off of their fear, that they grew stronger during the months that they had to stay while the Americans tried to find them another location. Most of the days the family spent their time indoors and rarely interacted with the neighbors. There was a constant looming unease that their identities would be discovered. The jinn made themselves known to Z's younger sister Nala first. She was woken up in the middle of the night to the sound of a dog's whimpering. But the family didn't own any animals, and only she heard it. Alone, Nala would go searching for the source. Leaving her room, she walked into the hall believing the dog noises were coming from somewhere down on the first floor. She walks down a long stone hallway towards the stairs, all while the dog's high-pitched yelps are echoing around her. When her foot touches the first step, the whimpering she'd originally heard transformed into a sinister laughter, resonating from the bottom of the empty stairway. Then the laughter abruptly stopped, and Nala stood silent, frozen, at the top of the stairs, trying to make sense of it. The lights had been intentionally left off not to disturb the others sleeping, out of pure ingrained paranoia that someone could break in at any time. But Nala decided to turn on the lights to give one more good look around. But as she's reaching for the switch, disembodied footsteps begin dashing up the stairs towards her. Nala somehow suppressed her scream while running as fast as she could to Z's room. She woke her up in a panic and told her everything. After Z was able to calm Nala down, she got out her flashlight and they searched the house until they were certain that every door was locked and only family was inside. They both slept in Z's room that night. It was a large home with plenty of rooms, but when possible, the family always chose to sleep in the furthest rooms opposite of one another as they could. Even the mother and father would sleep alone in their own rooms of the house. They'd make a bed against the wall that the entry door swung towards, leave it open, and lay as tucked away as possible. I had to ask why. It's because if the unfortunate event of their home being targeted, they'd have a better chance of at least a few of them surviving if they weren't all bunched together like cattle. But exceptions were made when the rest of the family started having experiences of their own with the jinn. Candles randomly lit in the house, and whispers were commonly heard in the night. Z's dad was plagued with night terrors, ones that made it hard for him to sleep. Walking through the house one night, he watched their large living room couch slide at him effortlessly across the floor. It knocked him over, and he hit his head on the ground. I don't remember who found him in the morning, but there was a big pool of blood around him. They all thought that he was dead until he woke up. They also found small footprints, ones that looked like they had walked through the blood and up the wall. It wasn't the dad's blood. He didn't have any open wounds on his head, just a baseball-sized welt above his right eye. After Z's dad was convinced, all of them felt comfortable sharing their stories, hearing whispers, seeing shadows slink from the corners of the room, and misplaced items. These were all commonalities that they experienced. And scorpions. They'd find dozens of scorpions in their home, in their beds, clean laundry, hiding in their sandals. The mom and dad searched every inch of the house for holes or cracks, but nobody knew how the scorpions were getting inside. Apparently, everyone got stung at least once by one of those little devils. Z said that she was stung 4 times, once while she was sleeping. The surge of pain woke her up, and the scorpion, along with its stinger, was hanging off of her face when she sat up. The stinger embedded itself like a fishing hook into her bottom lip. It swelled up real big and stayed like that for over a week, she said. I remember thinking that this was as bad as the story would get, but when Z kept talking, I realized that was just the beginning of her story. I was about to learn how her family got out of there, how they ended up here in America. More specifically, everything that they lost to come here. This part was the trauma. Z told me about the night that her family's location was compromised by their rival, the Sunnis. They had no choice but to flee. The plan was to escape to a new, safer location, but Before they could get that far, they were ambushed. She described the scene vividly, how she was sitting in the back seat of the van with her 10-year-old sister and her father. Her mother was up front in the passenger seat, and her older brother was driving. They'd packed whatever they could and left in a hurry, but it wasn't long before chaos surrounded them. Enemy vehicles had them boxed in, leaving no room to turn, no way to escape. Z said that everyone was panicked, talking over each other, yelling, trying to figure out what to do. And then, the first round of gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down on the van, shattering windows, tearing through the metal. She was sure that one of the bullets had hit someone inside the van, but as she looked around frantically, she didn't see any blood. She told me that she barely had time to check if everyone was okay when another round of gunfire ripped through the van. This time, the damage was unmistakable. Z's voice hardly trembled when she described it. She said that she looked over just in time to see her brother's head lose its shape. And that's how she would put it. One second it was there, the next it wasn't. She said that she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She looked ahead, and there were his hands, still gripping the steering wheel, as if he were still driving. The van was bumping along the uneven road, and for a moment, she said it almost looked like he was still in control. Of course, she knew better. Her brother was gone, and if they didn't do something fast, they all would be. Z's mother screamed from the front seat, a guttural, heart-wrenching sound as she described it. But there wasn't time to process or to grieve, not for Z. The van swerved violently as the lifeless weight of her brother slumped against the wheel, his foot still pressing the accelerator. The vehicle jolted to the right, narrowly missing a ditch. And Z's father, he lunged forward, reaching for the steering wheel from the back seat. Z remembers him shouting for everyone to hold on, his voice breaking under the strain of the noise. Nala, her sister, clung on to Z, her small hands gripping her arms tightly. Her eyes were wide with terror, her mouth opening and closing like she wanted to scream, but she couldn't find the air to do it. Z said that was one of the hardest parts. She barked for everyone to stay down, yanking her sister towards the floor as another hail of bullets shattered the windows. Shards of glass rained down on them, cutting into their arms and neck. Z barely felt it through the adrenaline. Her father managed to grab the wheel just in time to stop the van from careening into the trees. Z glanced up. She saw her mother, frozen in the passenger seat still, tears streaming down her face as she stared at her son's lifeless body. Z claims that she shouted for her mother to help her father, hoping to snap her out of it, telling her they needed to keep moving. But her mother didn't respond. She just sat there, her hands trembling, gripping the dashboard, staring ahead as if she couldn't bear to look back again. The van jerked violently again as her father struggled to maneuver from the back seat. Z said her father was shouting for help, stating he couldn't do it alone. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp bang echoed through the van, louder than the gunfire outside. Z turned just in time to see her father clutch his chest and collapse backwards. His body pinned Nala and Z to the floor. She screamed for her father, shoving at his weight. Her voice was breaking as she tried to free her and her sister. She described the van beginning to slow, its once erratic jerk settling into an eerie glide as it lost momentum. Z's eyes darted to the open windshield. Through the haze of dust and shattered glass, the enemy vehicles were closing in. They were out of time. Z knew that she had to act. Her brother was gone. Her father was gone or close to it. Her mother was catatonic. And Nala was too young to understand what was happening, so that just left her. Gritting her teeth, Z wiggled free from under her father's weight and scrambled forward, slipping into the driver's seat. She shoved her brother's body aside as gently as she could. trying not to look at him, or what was left of him. Her hands gripped the blood-slicked steering wheel and she pressed her foot down on the gas pedal. The van roared to life again and lurched forward. Through the shattered rear-view mirror, she could see the enemy vehicles gaining on them. The road ahead was a narrow, winding path. But Z's mind was racing faster than the van. She had no plans, no way out, only the will to survive. And she wasn't going to let her family die here, not like this. She recalls white-knuckling the steering wheel, desperately pushing forward with the battered vehicle, faster than it was meant to go. Behind her, the enemy vehicles were still closing in, their headlights slicing through the dust and the darkness that began to fall. Gunfire rang out again, bullets peppering the van's frame, but Z kept her focus on the road, shouting for her sister Nala to stay down. Glancing back, she could see Nala closed into the tightest ball possible, clutching their father's shirt like a lifeline. Z's mother was still in the passenger seat, still frozen, tears streaming silently down her face. Z's mind was racing and she had no idea where she was driving to. There was no clear landmarks, no signs of safety ahead, just endless, desolate road and the sound of death creeping closer. And then, over the chaos, a new sound emerged. At first it was faint, barely audible over the rumble of the van's engine and the sharp crack of gunfire. But as it grew louder, Z recognized it, the low, unmistakable thrum of helicopter blades. She glanced upward toward the shattered windshield, and she saw it, a silhouette against the moonlit sky, its spotlight cutting through the dust. The United States military. Z felt a flicker of hope ignite, but it was quickly overshadowed by fear. The enemy vehicles were still closing in, and there was no guarantee the helicopter crew had seen them. The van jolted violently as another bullet hit the rear tire. The vehicle swerved, and Z fought to keep it steady. She slammed her foot down on the gas pedal, desperate to close the distance between them and the helicopter. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light swept across the road, blinding her for a moment. The helicopter's spotlight had locked onto them. Z says she knew they likely couldn't hear her, but that they were all screaming now, "We're here, we're here." They were praying that they could hear them, see them, waving their arms out the windows, screaming, "Help us." A deafening roar from above as the helicopter opened fire, not at the van, but at the enemy vehicles behind them. Explosions lit up the darkness, and Z risked a glance in the rearview mirror. She saw one of the pursuing vehicles veer off the road, engulfed in flames, while the others skidded to a stop. The road ahead and behind were suddenly clear. The van sputtered and groaned, its damaged tire making it impossible to maintain speed. Z knew that they couldn't go much further, but the helicopter was now directly overhead, its light guiding them like a beacon. She explains that moments later another vehicle appeared on the horizon. This one was marked with the unmistakable insignia of the U.S. military. Z barely had time to register it before the van gave one final lurch and ground to a halt. Armed soldiers poured out of the military vehicle, shouting orders in a mix of English and the local language. Z threw the van into park and stumbled out, dragging Nala with her. Clutching her sister tightly, she urged the soldiers to please help her family, that her father, her mother, were inside the van. The soldiers moved quickly, pulling her parents from the van while others formed a defensive perimeter around them. Z continued to cling on to Nala, and she watched through tear-filled eyes as the soldiers carried her unconscious father and shell-shocked mother to safety. The helicopter continued to circle overhead, its presence a shield against any further attacks. As the vehicle rumbled away, Z finally allowed herself to collapse against the seat, her body shaking with sobs. Nala was clinging to her, burying her face in Z's chest. Her brother was gone, her father was gravely injured, and her family would never be the same. But the rest of them were alive. Against all odds, they had survived. Z said that was the first time in an eternity that she allowed herself to believe that her family might have a future. Again, I don't think Z knew she was trauma dumping. In retrospect, I guess I'm glad she did. The conversation has given me an insane amount of perspective, respect for things that I didn't really understand before. Above all else, it felt like she really needed to share that chapter of her life. I, on the other hand, know that I'm sharing trauma. So if you don't want to hear it, I'm sorry you read it. Take care. Every April, my family spends a week at our lake house in Louisiana. This year, we took my cousin because his parents were fighting again. My uncle is a real prick, so he stays with us a lot. Benji is 12 and on the way to being just like his father, so, needless to say, I wasn't happy to be stuck with him for an entire week. At least when he stayed with us at home, I could go out with friends. I know when you think lake house, you imagine swimming and jet skis, but it's not that kind of place. At least not this lake. It's all swampland and alligators, and that's how we could afford the property in the first place. If anything, it's more of a lake shack. There were too many snakes and bugs for my taste, so I usually watch TV and play Xbox. Benji, however, is an avid little fisherman, and his favorite kind is noodling. If you're not familiar with the term, it's also called hand fishing. It's illegal in over half the state, so allow me to explain. Noodling is when you go into muddy water and stick your arm into a giant catfish hole. If you're lucky, the fish will latch on and you can pull it out. Sounds fun, right? There's a few problems. It can be fairly dangerous for a number of reasons. Chief among those reasons, lots of things live in holes, snakes and snapping turtles among them. The first rule is to never stick your hand in a hole that's not 100% submerged. You also want to wear a protective glove, if not a full sleeve, or you can get cut up pretty badly. Our first day on the lake, Benji wanted to go noodling, but my parents warned him about the gators and reminded him that noodling season wouldn't even start until next month. For the next 2 days, Benji fished from the pier, and we all did our own thing. On the third day, my parents drove into town, and I was placed on babysitting duty. Benji immediately went back to the pier, and I went to my Xbox. All should have been well, but an hour later, I heard his screams. They were the kind of screams that let you know something awful was happening. Filled with pain and terror, I thought someone was attacking him, so I grabbed my dad's rifle on the way out, but it was so much worse than I thought. As I would later learn, Benji saw my parents leaving as a chance to go noodling. He didn't have his glove, and he had never done it without his dad being there to watch over him. After a couple of empty holes, he tried one that had some kind of sharp debris sticking through the wall. It cut into his forearm and down the length of his hand before he could get free. To hide what he had done, he tried to wash the blood off in the lake, hoping to wrap his arm in a t-shirt and bandage the wound before anyone noticed. Unfortunately, splashing your bloody hand in alligator-infested waters is a very bad thing to do, especially when you're a small boy. He never even noticed the gator as it approached, only after it lunged. It latched onto his hand and began dragging him down. That's when the screaming started. The water he was standing in was just over ankle deep, but the gator was trying to get him in a death roll. I was halfway there when the gator flipped him over. Benji's head went beneath the water, and I thought he was dead. I imagined explaining to my parents and the police how his parents would react, but just as quickly he was back, screaming louder than ever, but flailing too much to see anything more than a blur of movement. Suddenly, I was in the water with him. The gator was just making his second death roll attempt, and I fired straight into its underbelly. Its mouth opened, and I dragged Benji out of the lake by his good arm. He was still screaming bloody murder. People from the other houses were making their way down to us. 3 other guys put the alligator out of its misery, while someone else called an ambulance. I was in total shock. It wasn't until some lady started tending to Benji's wound that I saw the damage. His hand was barely left attached. It just hung there by a thin strip of skin and muscle, like a dead piece of meat. I could see jagged ends of broken bones sticking out of the red, stained flesh, and it made me puke. My parents arrived moments after the paramedics. Benji was airlifted to a hospital with my mom while Dad and I followed in the car. It took us 2 hours to get there. By then, the doctors had determined that there was no chance of saving his hand and had begun surgery. This happened the first week of April, so it's been a couple of weeks now. Benji's home from the hospital, but in poor spirits, as expected. I feel awful. No one has specifically blamed me, but I should have kept a better eye on him. My aunt and uncle openly blamed my parents. I don't know if they'll ever be able to fix their relationship. Even though they won't say it, I know they blame me too. The way they look at me now is just awful. Whoever's fault it was, Benji will pay the price for the rest of his life now. Even if he was being a snotty brat, most kids are. They don't know any better, and no one deserves this kind of lesson at 12 years old. Last summer, I was staying by the beach at my grandmother's before going away to college. There were too many people out during the day, so I only went late in the evenings. There were always a few others around who seemed to be doing the same as myself, but it was usually quiet. One night, a man in a blue tracksuit walked 10 to 15 feet behind me for over 30 minutes without passing. So I stopped to check my phone while he went by. Since I was close to my turnaround point, I just started back the way I came from and went home. The next night, I saw the same man. We passed one another shortly after I arrived, and 15 minutes later, he was behind me again, still keeping the same distance no matter my speed. I didn't like that at all. A couple was walking towards me, so I ran up to them like we were old friends, and they were kind enough to play along. The guy that was following continued along his way, and I made it home without seeing him again. After that, I skipped my beach walks for a week, hoping that would be the end of it. When I returned, it was a little later than my usual time, and there was no sign of him for the first leg of my route. My turnaround point is a pier about a mile from where I start, and there was a man standing at the end of it. He was on his phone and facing the water. I didn't think that he even noticed me. Then, about halfway back, I saw him in the distance. Other than paranoia from my previous encounters, I didn't really have a valid reason to be suspicious. He was so far away I couldn't even see his face, and I would be off the beach before he caught up. But I still walked a little faster. So fast that I bumped into a girl that I actually knew from school. She was also staying with relatives and wouldn't let me get a word in. So by the time I thought to look back for the mystery man, he was gone. I was instantly relieved and talked with the girl for a few more minutes. Once we parted ways, I'd forgotten all about the man behind me and walked straight for my grandmother's. It was just past 9, and the whole street was silent. All of her neighbors were elderly and tended to go to bed early. When I was only 3 houses down from my destination, someone walked out from behind a large truck and stood blocking the sidewalk. It was the guy I saw earlier that night. He was wearing the same black hoodie with a white design on the front. My heart dropped. This time, he was close enough that I recognized his face, and it was the same guy who had been following me all the other times. My panic kicked into overdrive as he asked if I was lost. I said my house was just next to us and began walking towards it. But then he pointed to my grandmother's actual house, and asked why I went into that one all the previous nights. I guess he had followed me more often than I realized. What do you even say to that? The guy was smirking like this was some kind of sport, and I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of being afraid. He kept trying to creep closer, but I wasn't letting him get anywhere near close enough to grab me. My mouth began operating under pure survival instinct. I said, "Oh, I just wanted to get in front of a Ring doorbell cam." That instantly stopped his advance, but only for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he laughed and said, "I'd be worth the risk." Then he lunged at me. I barely moved in time, and next he began chasing me. I screamed as loudly as I could. I didn't even care about causing a scene. That was the goal. I wanted to wake the whole neighborhood up. I took maybe 4 or 5 steps towards my grandmother's before being hit from behind and knocked to the ground. We were in the middle of the street, and I continued screaming until a hand covered my mouth. Thankfully, I had already gotten the whole neighborhood's attention and watched in relief as every house began to light up. My grandmother was the first outside, but 3 neighbors were right behind her. My attacker got off and actually stepped on me as he scrambled to get away. The police were called, and I was taken inside where I recounted my story at least 20 times before the night was over. The cops said it was probably the guy's first attempt at attacking anyone, just because it was so sloppy. Apparently, if you want to grab someone in a neighborhood, you need to take them by surprise before they can draw attention. Basically, I'm just lucky my assailant was a rookie. It's always bothered me that they never caught the guy. I hated to imagine what he might be doing to other girls like me, but now, nearly a year later, I'm writing this because they finally found him. He was arrested after 4 guys beat the living shit out of him for dragging a poor woman beneath the same pier I saw him standing on during the night of my attack. The men who saved her were college guys having a drunk night on the beach when they heard the woman's muffled cries. My heart goes out to the victim. I haven't been out alone since my incident, so I can only imagine how painful her recovery will be. But I'm glad that prick will be off the streets for a while. I hope prison is extremely hard for him. Anyway, thanks for listening. Writing this has helped me get a little closure on that messed up chapter in my life. Last year, my boss was out of town, and his wife, Janie, needed help with her food bank deliveries, so I was elected to accompany her. I didn't mind. She was an older woman, just over 5 feet tall and skinny as they come. I didn't want her to have to carry all those boxes by herself. We finished the deliveries without issue, and I offered to help with the grocery shopping while she had me. Afterwards, she stopped at the bank and needed to go inside. I waited in the car, and it was starting to take a while, so I leaned my seat back and dozed off. When I woke up, she was already pulling out of her parking space. We shared some small talk along the way, but then Janie's demeanor suddenly became very serious, and she said that an old white Ford was following us. At first, I thought she was joking or being paranoid, but the way she looked at me, it gave me chills. She may be small, but she's scarier than a grizzly wrapped in hornets. She had been watching the truck ever since leaving the bank, and we'd taken quite a few turns since then. But there's a dozen places they could be trying to reach going that way. We live in a fairly small town. It wasn't unreasonable to think that they were passing through, but Janie was sure. I wasn't too worried until they followed us onto her road. She lives 30 minutes outside of town. Lots of people go past the road, but only a few people live on it. And it wasn't one of her neighbors. Her driveway is over a mile long, so most people mistake it for another turnoff, the white truck included. Once they followed us down the drive, Janie retrieved a gun from her center console and stopped just past the first curve, forcing our stalkers to stop right behind us. The only thing she said to me was, "Call the police and don't get out of the car." I could see the 2 men now. They both looked like a couple of drug addicts, and their truck had definitely seen a few accidents. The pair argued between themselves for a moment, before stepping out and calling over to us. The driver asked if we needed any help as he continued to move closer, but the passenger stayed close to the truck. The last thing the driver said was something about being in a hurry and needing to get by. That's when Janie stepped out and pointed her gun at him. While I continued updating the operator, she informed the men that they were in her driveway and that the road we turned off of was a dead end. The driver went stone-faced and stopped speaking while the passenger begged Janie not to shoot them. She turned her attention to the other man and ordered him to come stand next to his friend, away from their truck. In that brief moment of distraction, the driver rushed forward in an attempt to overpower Janie, and she shot him in the stomach. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, and absolutely nothing like the movies. I'll hear that man scream to my dying day. The passenger didn't move, just got on his knees and held his hands up high while he apologized. He claimed that he'd wanted no part of his friend's actions, had begged him to turn back. I didn't super believe him, but hey, maybe it was true. The operator took my call much more seriously after the gunshot and screaming. The driver laid crying and bleeding on the ground until help arrived. He survived, but with all the warrants he had before this incident, he had 12 years in prison after this. His friend had less serious possession charges and spent very little time in jail. We weren't the first ones the driver had followed home. Over the weeks before, 2 other women were followed from the bank and robbed as they tried to enter their homes. The man parked just out of sight and ran back to ambush his victims once the door was unlocked. Both women had suffered broken bones in the struggle, and one was still in the hospital when we were followed. The passenger told the police the other man wouldn't have followed Janie if they had seen me in the car, but I had my seat back when we left the bank. Too bad for them, I guess. But that, my friends, is why you never mess with little old ladies in Texas. They'll shoot your ass. If that had happened to just me, I probably would have been robbed. I'm much more aware of my surroundings now. We were traveling in Fiji on a tight budget and found a hostel with a price significantly lower than all the rest. We booked it immediately and got in the room. It was a bit grim, but did the job. The man on reception looked a bit surprised that we were there, but I didn't notice this to be a bad thing. The thing I did notice is that there were just no other guests in the lobby, no noise in the corridors. It was deserted. Perhaps he was just surprised to see guests at all. Fast asleep, both my boyfriend and I were suddenly woken up to the most terrible noise of a woman screaming. Really screaming, like in pain or some sort of scared-to-death noise. It was like it was in the walls, all around us. It lasted long enough for us to really wake up and hear it, and not to think it was a dream or just a loud noise we'd misinterpreted. Then it stopped. I was absolutely terrified. I was ready to leg it out of that door and down the road. After a little bit, I calmed down some. My boyfriend told me perhaps a gecko got into the air conditioning. There was no air conditioning, and also, that's ridiculous. But I was so tired, I told myself that must have been it, and eventually went back to sleep. The next morning felt very, very creepy, and this is in the daylight, in a beautiful, hot country, not something you associate with creepy feelings. Neither of us said anything. We just packed up our stuff and got the hell out of there, even though we paid for another night. We went to a nearby travel agent, not really sure what we were doing. The lady was lovely and booked us into a bureau a bit further out of the city. Then she asked where we'd been staying, and we told her the name of the hostel. She looked at us like she'd seen a ghost. She said there had been a terrible, terrible murder at that hostel the previous summer, and 3 women were killed. She told us everyone says it's haunted, and no one stays there. Well, it certainly explains the almost free price. This was about 15 years ago, But I keep a travel diary, and this is what I found under that date. We learned that our hostel had been the scene of a horrific murder a few years back. The night before, a horrific scream had woke me up, despite wearing earplugs. Very scary. Howdy. I'm not close with my parents. Dad left when I was young. Mom's an addict that I've recently dissolved my relationship with after multiple heartbreaks, lies, and relapses. This all being said, I'm realizing in my 30s that I have absolutely no clue about my family health history. So I have virtually no idea if I'm susceptible to diabetes, cancers, or any other genetic health condition I should be watching out for during this period of life. Besides addiction. I'm sure I got that one, so I've never bothered to test it. Anyway, I haven't really thought about this part too much until recently. I finally reached the age where they'll be poking around down there, if you know what I mean. So, at my doctor's appointment, the doctor asked me about my father's health. I said I don't know. He gave me a wince and apologized, but that truly didn't bother me. I could give a fuck less about my dad, but it would be helpful to know if he had any scary health problems. After that appointment, I drove home. I experienced something that I've been experiencing. My wife was still at work. We live in a one-story rambler. The front door enters into our living room, and we have a big 85-inch Samsung TV stationed on the wall across from the door. It essentially acts as a black mirror when it's turned off. Walking in, I unconsciously glance up at the dark screen. In its reflection, I can see the couch down to the edge of the coffee table. I also notice a person standing next to the arm of the couch. The screen isn't a vivid reflection, but it's enough to clearly see the figure standing there. I blink and squint, and it's gone. This has happened before. And to unspook myself, I try to believe that it's some eye goop that's clouded my retina and continue about my afternoon. Like I said, this wasn't the first time I saw someone standing in the black reflection. I'd say it's been a solid 3 months of me seeing these shadow entities more frequently. And they're not all in the reflection. Several weeks before I even made an appointment with my doctor, I opened the door to the closet and I felt the pressure of a cat walking through my legs, out from the open door. The sensation made me look down, and I swore I saw a black tail disappear behind my denim jeans. We don't have any animals. I don't know if I'm alone here, but I'm sure that we've all seen things that we think are shadows out of the corner of our eye, once or twice. Again, I'd just chalk those up to that pareidolia thing. But with how often I've been seeing these things, and how they're not just immediately vanishing anymore, I'm scared this could be a mental health thing, which is another reason I've been establishing care with a doctor. I don't want to scare my wife, and I really don't want to tell just any doctor that I'm seeing things. But I haven't experienced any other hallucinations outside my home either. I'm not really sure which route to take as of right now, but I know that I'm not feeling good about these things. I never put much stock into the paranormal, but at this point, I guess it could be a relief. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Update. First of all, thanks for anyone who read this and either gave advice or just offered sincere words. I really appreciate it. Secondly, apologies because this update is actually going to be likely longer than my original story. I'm sorry for the delay, but I did end up taking the advice of a lot of people, which was that I should let my wife know what's going on. I kinda knew this was the right move, but understand I was just genuinely afraid of making her afraid, but you all are right. If there's something wrong with me, she needs to know. And if there's something wrong with our house, she needs to know that too. Needless to say, she initially handled it super well. In fact, things just got a lot more interesting, and I guess less scary, for me. I told my wife about the stuff I'd been experiencing, and when I mentioned the cat, she stopped me, grabbed my arm, and said, "No way." I wasn't sure if she was just excited about the story or what, but I told her, yeah, for sure, that happened. Before saying anything else besides, oh my God, she gets up from where we're sitting and grabs her phone. She puts the phone on speakerphone and sets it between us, and that's when I see she's calling her best friend, Jess. I'm confused, so I ask her what she's doing. But before she can answer, Jess answers the phone, and as soon as she does, my wife asks her to please retell the story of what happened to her 3 months ago when she was staying with us. The first thing Jess does is scoff a little and asks my wife, oh, so now you believe me. But then she goes right into the story. Jess was staying with us a couple of weeks, visiting from Massachusetts, where my wife and I are originally from. Well, apparently, while Jess was here, she had an experience. Both my wife and I were at work, but Jess was getting ready in our room. My wife has a big vanity in our bathroom, which is in our room. While she was sitting there doing her makeup, she felt something brush against her leg. Knowing we didn't have any pets, Jess said that she screamed right away, and then when she looked down, she saw a black tail between her feet. It quickly disappeared behind her the moment she looked down. Only, there's nowhere for anything to disappear to. She said the bathroom door was closed, so she expected to see something running around. After doing a few 360s, she sits back down and calls my wife to tell her the story. My wife thought that it was weird, but figured it was just her friend being in a new space. Maybe it was the tie to her robe, or a towel, or any other number of things. She even suggested her friend dropped a makeup brush, which then brushed against her leg, all of which Jess shut down the first time and continued to shut down on this call. When my wife told Jess about my experience, she kind of freaked out. She made me tell her my story from the top. And when I mentioned the TV shadow not being a one-time thing, she flat out told us that our house was haunted or something. So, I guess that's about where we've landed. I'm a lot less afraid for some reason. Like, I know this is technically terrifying, and neither my wife or me really know what to do to resolve the problem, but I really wasn't looking forward to losing my mind. The problem now is that I can tell that my wife is a little bit paranoid, and though she's also happy I'm not crazy, she's scared of whatever this thing is. Ever since I told her, she keeps asking me if I've seen anything again, where it is, and what it looks like. I tell her every time something happens, but I think that's making things worse. She's starting to ask lots of questions on the internet, and then coming to me with essentially various possibilities. She's obsessing over the fact that she hasn't seen anything like a shadow, but constantly feels like she's being watched. I've tried to do small things that she suggested, rearranging the furniture to a more welcoming and protective feng shui, invested in crystals, but now she wants to get crosses and invite a priest in. Some of you originally recommended that route, so I guess it's officially time to do something about it. If anyone has suggestions on the real right place to start, or even an actual connection in New England, I'd love those recommendations. I'll be sure to update this if anything comes about, but in the meantime, I appreciate the kindness from strangers on the internet. I don't really have anyone else besides my wife to talk to about this, so thank you. I'm a preschool teacher. The school I work at serves primarily Section 8 housing. Our funding for the school is low on resources across the board. Low staffing, low quality, and low quantity of classroom materials, low access to grants. I could go on, but I digress. Because all educators know, our job is to create the future. I just so happen to work in an area where a lot of futures have a 50-50 shot of going to prison or breaking the cycle. The elementary school my students end up going to is down the block from the preschool. I've seen success stories, triumphs against all odds, but alongside those star students are a million that will eventually grow up to fill the shoes of an adult who grew up in their similar circumstances. etched into their being. A vicious cycle, if you will. My partner tells me that I've grown colder to the world. I can't help but to agree. Here's an example of thoughts that have actually gone through my head this week. I'd only admit this through anonymity. But driving to work, I assist with preparing breakfast for the children that arrive early, so it's usually dark on my drive there. I was driving, entering city limits, where I'm usually met with a cluster of junkies on the sidewalk, hunched over, nodding off. This morning, I can see a shirtless man with a shopping cart zigzagging in the middle of a 3-lane highway. Speed limit's 45 on that road. I maintained 45 miles per hour and continued down the lane I was originally traveling in, thinking, I'm not stopping or swerving if this guy wanders in front of me. I'm in the very right lane. He's giving me a 1 to 3 chance that I can take the day off. I call my boss from the scene of the accident. Tell him some homeless man just jumped through my windshield. He'd obviously not expect me to be coming in after something like that. The shopping cart would probably get so fucking embedded in the grill of my car that I couldn't very well drive it to work even if my boss did expect me to come in. The S pattern this guy's doing looks like it's coming back into my lane. I'm 100 yards away, 45 miles an hour. I'm driving a little over 20 yards per second. It's a 5 count. I come within inches of clipping him. In my rearview mirror, I watch him drift into the middle lane and continue his highway escapade, completely oblivious to how very close he came to dying. I'm sure my future self is glad it didn't happen, but at the time, I had no empathy for that man or his situation. So, to say I'm mentally exhausted would be the understatement of the year. But my spirit stays strong for the children in my classroom. It makes my day brighter when I can make their day brighter, as they come into my classroom from the hell their subjective home life provides them. So now comes the story that brings me here, I guess. A few months ago, a new student enrolled and was placed into my classroom. The guardians of the child, who we'll call Leon, consisted of his mother, Sasha, a 20-year-old woman who spoke English as a second language. Our primary communication and translator for the family was a man named Angelo. He was Leon's uncle and second guardian. Angelo was also in his 20s and Sasha's brother. The 3 of them lived in low-income housing apartments provided by the state. Sasha worked at a fast food restaurant. Angelo worked at a hotel. They both worked long hours on switch shifts in order to be there for Leon. Angelo was also taking online classes trying to get his degree. They were the epitome of everything our preschool strived for with our families, working hard for a better future. Where I work, it's not luxurious. It's not supposed to be. It should feel like liminal space. You can find a better, safer place to live, but only if you work for it. Some people are content with this life. The apartments around my school will always be filled. But there will also be tenants who use this as a stepping stone to move up, and that's the goal. It's the reason I show up to work, to show hope to the hopeless, give a boost to the fighters who deserve more than what life has provided. At the beginning of this month, Leon wasn't in attendance for a whole week. The office told me that his mom called sounding distraught, told them that it was a family emergency. Because of her limited English, she wasn't able to explain or advise when Leon would be back. On that Friday, after the children had left, I was organizing my classroom, preparing take-home packets as next week was the final week before spring break. I'm shuffling through papers at my desk when I hear a gentle knock on one of the glass windows on the other side of the room. I look up and it's Angelo. He waves at me, and I was happy to see him standing there. I came out from around my desk, and I go out the side door to greet him. I had so many questions. I didn't want to overstep my boundaries, but I really cared about this family. When I come out, I'm like, Angelo, hey man, it's so good to see you. Sasha called, told us there was an emergency. How's it going? Is Leon okay? Angelo smiles, and he tells me everything will be all right, that Leon will be in class on Monday. I'm so relieved. I leave my questions there. He tells me, "Thank you for all the love." I said something like, "Of course, man. Thanks for being you." He leaves, and I go back into my classroom to finish the last of my tasks before going home. The weekend passes and Monday comes. Leon's in class. He's noticeably somber. Midday, having his friends back around him made his heart perk up a little. He was conversing more with his peers. Throughout the day, I would ask, "How are you feeling?" And it was finally met with an answer instead of the silence he'd been holding on to. With a sigh, he tells me, "Tio's gone." I say that I'm sorry to hear that. Then another child distracts Leon's attention with a dinosaur toy, and I'm grateful to see his eyes light up again. I try not to give him any more reasons to think about something sad that day. That afternoon, Sasha comes to pick up Leon. A friend from work has accompanied her, and she introduces herself and tells me Sasha brought me so I can explain what happened. Leon runs up and grabs Sasha's leg. The woman tells me that Angelo unalived himself last Monday. The cops were at Sasha's door as she was waking up that morning. 3 hours earlier, a man had jumped from the roof of the hotel building, and they needed her to identify the body. I'm in disbelief. I begin to stammer out that I just saw him on Friday, but tears quickly begin to fill the bottoms of my eyelids. Whatever I saw outside my window last week could mentally be sorted out later. At that moment, I knew not to protest. I couldn't stop the tears from forming in my eyes, and they immediately filled my eyes when I accepted the news as truth. I told her thank you. Sasha and I didn't engage with words. I didn't want to completely break down in front of my student. I had to be strong. I put my hand on her shoulder, and we looked at each other before they turned around and left. I really don't know how to end this. I really don't know why I started writing it to begin with. I do feel better for it, though. The world is dark, and it only becomes more opaque the longer you look. All you can do is try your best to make it a better place, and hope the next person will do the same. Be kind to one another. You don't know what real horrors families face every day. What you have does not make you who you are. An uncle of mine works at a software company in India. Last night he called my father, but it went to voicemail because he was asleep. Today at breakfast, we were all in the dining room. I was helping my mother clear the table while my father finished getting ready for work. He remembered that my uncle had called and left a voicemail, so he put the phone on speaker while he was fastening the buttons on his shirt. When the voicemail started to play, the sound was distorted from the amount of volume on the other side. We could hear men and women yelling all around my uncle as he tried to leave the message for my dad. We couldn't understand what he was saying, and after 30 or 40 seconds, the phone turned off and the message ended. At once, my father stopped what he was doing and picked up the phone to call my uncle. He turns off the speaker and presses it against his ear when it starts to ring. Then I watch his look of panic melt when my uncle answers the phone. He says, "I just listened to your message. Are you okay?" My uncle tells him that the company he works for was celebrating an anniversary, and the CEOs rented out a large stage at a movie studio to host the event. Everyone was sitting at tables, talking with one another and watching the giant LED screens on stage. Now, it's known within the family that my uncle possesses the ability to interact with spirits. More so, spirits tend to interact with my uncle a lot. He's had this ability since he and my father were children. When their grandmother died, she told my uncle where her will had been filed, days after the funeral was held. They call them bhutas in India, restless spirits that walked out of the light, instead choosing to stay on earth and influence the living for good and bad intentions. On the phone, still talking to my dad, my uncle tells him that the place where this event took place was saturated in negative energy, a place no god had claimed. way above their heads, were rows of large metal rafters with automated lasers and spotlights pointed at the floor of the stage. My uncle says through the glare of the lights, he could see the Vutas in the darkest parts near the ceiling, sitting on the metal beams. These inky black figures were also waiting for the show to start. Soon, everyone's attention was directed towards the stage, as rounds of pyrotechnics shot bursts of flames into the air. Then the spotlights all turned up and moved together to make one singular circle. Focused in the beam of light was a large green cage hoisted high above the center stage. The bars were equipped with fireworks that began to shower down fountains of sparks. The crowd erupted with cheers and claps. Then, from the scaffolding bridge, the CEO and another man walk into the green cage, waving at the excited audience. The cage was intended to lower the men down onto the stage for a grand entrance. The machine comes to life, and the green cage starts shaking and wobbling. Both men grab the railings as they're almost knocked off balance. Gasps were heard, but the CEO never stopped smiling, and the crowd kept cheering. The cage shakes again. This time, one of the cables snapped, turning the cage sideways. The sudden failure sends both of the men tumbling over the railing of the cage, falling more than 20 feet to the ground. My uncle says it was obvious the CEO was dead by the way he had landed. And then it got loud. There was confusion as well from anyone who had not witnessed the event. Confusion and panic. It created absolute chaos for several minutes. My uncle found a safe space against a wall, avoiding being rushed by a group of employees and their families. That's when he finally decided to call my father. He'd already had his phone in his hand, having almost called him earlier when he'd seen the Vutas. He felt like something was going to happen and wanted to speak to his family. Now that something had happened, my uncle felt he might be in danger. He was physically safe against the wall, but he feared if he moved at all, the Vutas would find a way to target him. Just as he had that thought, his phone was knocked from his hands and away from him. He knew it wasn't safe to move. Some people may call that paranoia, but I don't think so. My uncle has had experiences prior to this, ones I mentioned earlier and others. I think he has the right to be a little wary of such things. Needless to say, he did escape unharmed, and the company's president, the other man, was critically injured but survived the accident. Still, it's all very unfortunate, and I think it's rather chilling in more than one way. Thanks for reading. I come from one of those small towns where nothing exciting ever happens. If there's a crime or a deadly accident, it will be news for generations. A few years ago, a man we'll call Ray learned his wife was at her boyfriend's house, so he drove over to see them. Upon arriving, he retrieved his handgun from the glove compartment and proceeded to kick in the back door. When he made it to the hallway, the boyfriend emerged from the bedroom, half-dressed and mad as hell. Then, Ray shot him without warning or hesitation. Next, he entered the bedroom and shot his wife, neither of which survived. It was the middle of the afternoon, so none of the neighbors were home to hear the gunshots. Ray simply went about his day as if all were normal. He used his wife's phone to text her boss that she was sick, and then returned to work himself, thinking that nobody would find the bodies anytime soon. That evening, the boyfriend's son returned home after football practice to find the body of his father in the hallway. Once police arrived, they quickly located Ray's wife, and it became fairly obvious what had occurred. By that time, Ray was home from work, so detectives drove to his house, where they delivered the bad news. Ray had a reputation for being that kind of asshole. There was little doubt of his guilt, but they wanted to get him to the station without a struggle. Whatever his response, he was asked to come make a statement. but he promptly refused, saying that he would prefer to bring his lawyer with him the following morning. The detectives took this as a further sign of guilt and were resigned to watch the house from a distance while awaiting a search warrant. An hour later, Ray emerged from his house with a suitcase and hurried into his car. He was clearly making a run for it. In his haste, he ran a stop sign, so the detectives turned on their lights, but Ray only increased his speed. Before he was even out of the subdivision, news began to spread with the speed that only the smallest towns can manage. The search warrant was also approved this time, so police were already entering his home while more joined in the developing pursuit. Roadblocks were put into place and spike strips were prepared but never needed. Just before the first trap, Ray pulled onto a frontage road where he collided with a Ford Taurus at 65 miles an hour, killing himself and the other driver instantly. The sole occupant of the Taurus just so happened to be a town treasure. He was the owner of a locally famous bakery that our entire community will swear is the best in the world. I've had family and friends move all over the world, only to come home wanting his desserts on every visit. I've been in a fair few places myself. I've never found anywhere that comes close. There wasn't a single resident who didn't mourn his loss. He had been leaving the bakery late and just got off the phone with his wife. She warned him of the pursuit happening nearby, so he decided to take the frontage road in order to avoid the highway. She still blames herself for the accident, but she and her son have kept the bakery running. It might or might not be the best in the world, but it's the best I've ever had. Most of all, it absolutely terrifies me how much damage one sorry jackass can do in so little time. Growing up, I had multiple paranormal experiences, and this one still freaks me out. I've always been skeptical, so I do my best to find explanations, but sometimes there just isn't one. Many of these instances happened when others were around to see it as well, so I know it's not my imagination. As a teenager, I started becoming a little too interested in the paranormal, and I wasn't afraid of anything. At one point, I began dabbling with something I shouldn't have, and things got a little too intense. I had a friend who would randomly change the subject of conversation to weird, creepy shit that didn't make sense. Then, he'd suddenly stop and not remember anything he said. Usually, he went back to the original topic, and that would be the end of it. But when we were 15, he went into these trances while we were on the phone. That time, he said, "Follow the tracks to your right. Then, near the end, you'll come to their resting place." The layout of my old trailer park is important for the next parts. It was a pretty nice one. I lived in a small town, and the park was in a heavily wooded, secluded area. The driveway divided the park in half and came to a dead end at the rear. Just past that was an embankment, and at the bottom, there was an old railroad track that ended in the woods. On one side was an old abandoned mill. On the other side was a dense thicket of trees in a neighborhood. It was late summer afternoon when I followed the cryptic directions down to the railroad tracks. Near the end, I heard footsteps in the woods to my right, and I headed up the embankment for a closer look. Nobody was there, but I found a small graveyard, curiously tucked away behind the neighborhood. It's most likely a small family plot from the early 1800s. There were only 20 markers at most, but nothing weird ever happened there. Another late afternoon, my friend went into a trance. He said, "Head to the tracks, cross them. When you enter the woods, you'll see him I was cocky, so I did just that. This time, I crossed the path behind the trailer park. They passed through a small section of woods before entering a clearing to the old mill on the left. And on the right are miles of power lines. The moment I entered the tree line, I heard snapping branches, and I saw the black silhouette of a man galloping by on a black horse before disappearing into the trees. Horses weren't a common sight around my town, so I decided to investigate the area he came from. Near the edge of the tree line, I found an old, collapsed horse stable. Nothing else nearby. If he continued in the same direction, he'd eventually reach another neighborhood, but there was nothing else around. Intrigued, I called to update my friend, but he refused to believe me. The following day, I took him to the location, and as we entered the tree line, we saw the horseman, taking the same path as I had the night before. It was broad daylight. There's no way we both imagined it. We were freaked out, but we continued to the stable ruins. The strangest part of it all was the fact that I brought a few other friends to see the stable, and every time, the horseman appeared. After finding the stable, each encounter became more intense. TVs and stereos would turn on by themselves, even when others were present. I experienced intense feelings of being watched and inexplicable moments of dread for no reason. Sometimes when home alone, I would hear muffled conversations or music, like a radio was playing in another room. Stuff would randomly and violently fly across the room. Handprints often appeared on the bathroom mirror after a steamy shower. Sometimes I'd hear the familiar sound of Mom coming home, only to realize nobody was there. Then, one night around 2 or 3, I got bored. I went to the graveyard. I was super uneasy. It felt like I was being watched, but I'm stubborn and refused to back down. Upon arrival, the graveyard was quiet, and feeling dumb, I decided to leave. I was halfway up the trailer park embankment when I heard something rustle and looked up to see the horseman looking down at me. He was pitch black. You could see his outline, but nothing reflected light. It was very similar to how shadow people are described. I stared in disbelief for a few seconds, but snapped out of it when the horse snorted. Turning back, I ran down the embankment and along the tracks as the sound of hoofbeats followed. I went back into the woods and I weaved through the trees in hopes of slowing my pursuer. Finally, I reached the street and ran to our trailer, practically diving through the front door, all while the hoofbeats were still hot on my trail. Mom was at work, so I turned on every light and TV, as if they could somehow keep the horseman at bay, and eventually, I fell asleep on the couch. Upon waking, it was daylight, and Mom was just getting home. I told her everything that happened, and she said I shouldn't be playing with the paranormal as if it were a toy. She's always shared her own experiences regularly, so she had no trouble believing mine. When the sun finally came up, I returned to the embankment, wondering if I somehow imagined it all. Maybe there was simply a lost horse in the area. I don't know. But I found hoof prints in the sand atop the embankment and nowhere else. That's when I decided to take a break from the paranormal. I'm normally not religious, but I prayed for these things to stop, and I swore I wouldn't mess with them again. Everything really did seem to die down. When I turned 18, it stopped completely. I haven't had a single experience since. So when I was 16, my dad remarried, and I got a 5-year-old stepbrother that I'll call Sammy. His dad went to prison the year prior, and he didn't talk very much afterwards, not to people at least. When he and his mom moved in, the only thing he did was watch TV and hug his blue cat like a security blanket. The cat was called Babby, and she was Sammy's only friend. He didn't want to spend time with anyone else, and the toy never left his sight. His room was next to mine, and I could hear him talking to it at night. I couldn't make out all the words, but he was clearly having a conversation. After a few weeks of this, I heard someone answer him. This wasn't a 5-year-old making a funny voice, and it definitely wasn't his mother. It sounded like an old woman. I thought some crazy lady broke in to kidnap him. My body moved on its own, and I was opening his door before I knew it. His abundance of nightlights made it easy to see, but Sammy was the only one there, just him and Babby. He looked at me confused and a little nervous. I hadn't actually gone into his room before. While casually checking his closet and under the bed, I asked who he'd been talking to, and he pointed to the raggedy blue cat. The only window was still locked, and there was no sign of anyone else being in there. I was speechless. The next day I told my dad what happened, but he convinced me that I imagined the voice, and then a week later, I heard the same old woman again. Instead of running into the other room, I placed my ear against the wall to listen. Sammy asked, "When?" And the voice replied, "Now." Next, Sammy asked, "Where is it?" And the voice answered, "Follow me." I heard my stepbrother get out of bed and open his door, but only him. There was no second set of footsteps. Once he made it to the kitchen, I followed him out the back door, stopping only to check his room, which was again empty. When I caught up to him, he was a few yards away from going into the woods. I was yelling his name the entire time, but Sammy said that he never heard me, not until I was right in front of him. He was clutching onto that cat toy like a sacred object. At first, he tried to walk past me, and I had to physically stop him. By then, my screams had woken our parents, and my dad carried my stepbrother back inside. I told them everything that happened, but Sammy said he didn't remember anything before I got there. The following day, the doctor said he experienced a sleepwalking episode, one that woke me up, and I was just confusing a dream with reality. Never mind that I hadn't been asleep when it happened. When we got home, Sammy came into my room to say that Babby was mad at me for ruining their trip. Apparently, the cat was taking him to see his house, and now they had to wait. I asked him why he didn't say that to our parents, and he said Babby told him not to. Extra locks were placed on the doors, and everyone was on full alert for the next couple of months. Sammy stopped talking to Babby when others could hear, and he learned to whisper during the night conversations. Even if I stuck my ear to the wall, I couldn't hear well enough to know what was said. After a while, I stopped trying, and eventually started to forget about it altogether. The more time that passed, the easier it was to rationalize the impossible, until I went to bed one night and woke up to the sound of my creaky door opening. A set of footsteps crossed the room, and I sat up in a panic, but nothing was there. The temperature, however, felt like it had dropped 10 degrees since I went to sleep, but it was the middle of summer in Arizona, so not cold. My door was wide open, and there was no way that I could go back to sleep without closing it. Halfway across my room, I tripped over something and fell hard onto the wood floor. When I got the lights on, there was absolutely nothing there that could have tripped me, not even a rug. The floor was completely clear. A few days later, I was getting a box of cereal out of the pantry when a soup can fell from the top shelf and hit me in the head. It left a painful bruise, and I knew those cans had been pushed way back, away from the edge. We didn't really eat soup, So they'd been up there since my mom moved out more than a year prior. I wasn't climbing on the shelves. I wasn't even touching them. Why would one suddenly fall? The final straw was a couple of weeks later when I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. As I was walking in, 2 hands shoved me to the ground, and I just managed to catch myself before my head slammed on the toilet. I screamed. I turned to see who shoved me, yet, again, no one was there. I also never heard any footsteps. Nothing. My cries brought my dad running, and, too upset to think, I just told him the truth. When he didn't believe me, I got even more upset and told him everything that had been happening to me. That weekend, I moved 2 hours away to live with my mother. She believed me and helped me to get over the whole thing, but I held a grudge against my dad for a long time. A couple of years later, he came to my high school graduation, and he took me to lunch before the ceremony. He apologized and said a bunch of stuff about wanting what was best for me, but the truth is, he just didn't want me causing drama around his new wife. None of that mattered, though. I was happier with my mom. As it turns out, we didn't have quite so many reasons to fight without Dad's drama in our lives. The only reason I even agreed to have lunch was so that I could ask him the one thing I cared about. Does Sammy still have Babby? And no, he did not. 3 months after I left, they caught my stepbrother trying to pry the extra lock from the back door with a butcher knife. He cut his hand very badly and needed stitches, and his doctor recommended a psychiatrist. It didn't take long for the shrink to find out about his attachment to the creepy cat and disprove the sleepwalking diagnosis. The kid admitted to being awake when I chased him outside and how Babby wanted to hurt me. The doctor explained it all away with the new marriage and adjustment periods, and our parents believed her. But then things got worse. When they got home, Sammy was terrified of being alone because Babby was angry at him. He went into full hysterics if his mom even walked into the next room. Hoping to help him calm down, they put the cat in the bottom of my closet and let him sleep in their bed. But he still couldn't calm down. Not until his mom promised to keep watch all night. She stayed awake long enough to be sure Sammy was asleep before turning in herself. And Dad doesn't have much patience for that sort of thing, so he stayed up late watching TV in the living room. When he went to bed, he found Babby on the bedroom floor, facing the bed. He was so freaked out and annoyed that he took it outside and burned it right there on the spot. Sammy started to get better after that, but Dad never really knew what to make of it all. That's why it took him 2 years to tell me what happened. We obviously have a lot of family issues, but those aside, I know that cat had something evil in it. So I want to tell you about my Uncle Derek and my cousin Dennis. Derek is my mom's younger brother, and they also have another sister between them, my Aunt Pam. Their dad was abusive, and their mom was submissive towards him, so their childhood was rough. My mom was the only one to move away from the toxic small town they lived in, while both of her siblings stayed and got hooked on drugs. And I don't mean they smoked weed and took fun party drugs. We're talking the meth variety. Pam married her own abusive husband, and he supports her habits. But Derek didn't have that luxury. He got married right out of high school. Both of his sons were born addicted to drugs, and his wife left him when the youngest was only 2. In order to pay the bills, Derek went to work on a land rig, and my grandparents took care of his sons while he was gone. The rig paid a lot of money, yet he always needed my grandparents to pay for anything the boys needed. Clothes, food, school supplies, everything. Derek also needed help paying his bills every month, and that also fell on my grandparents. That's how expensive his habit was, until he got fired for failing a drug test. Fast forward to the present. My grandfather passed away a few years ago, and my grandmother is going to lose her house because she still supports Derek and both of his sons. Every week, she or my aunt go to the food bank for him because he can't be bothered to go for himself. And they can't afford to buy his groceries anymore. Derek's oldest, Colby, is around 30. He's been in prison since he was 18. He won't be released anytime soon either, and that's a whole messed up story unto itself. His youngest, Dennis, is in his early 20s, with a wife and a son of his own, but no job. His child was likewise born addicted to drugs and suffers permanent mental deficits because of it. The four of them live in an 80s single-wide trailer that has holes in the walls and floors, plus it's missing several of the interior doors. Needless to say, that also means it's filled with old wiring and rotting materials, but hey, it's paid for. Dennis may not have a job, but he does sell enough party favors to pay for their habit. Unfortunately, that's not the safest line of business to be in. Again, this is a very small community. Everyone knows everyone and where they live. My poor younger cousin wasn't gifted with much in the way of common sense, so he often bragged about his enterprise to anyone who happened to be around. Earlier this year, his mouth finally caught up with him, and four guys decided to relieve him of his supplies. They were people he hung out with and considered friends, but they didn't have any money that night. Nor did they have to break in since none of the locks worked. Uncle Derek had passed out after being awake 4 or 5 days, so he was dead to the world. Dennis and his wife didn't wake up until all four guys were standing in their room. Anyone who's lived in those old single wides knows that they usually have the master at one end, the second bedroom at the opposite end, and though it's small, there's a tiny third room in the middle of the hall. The baby was in the third room, and there's a bathroom between the two. It's relevant. They wanted everything Dennis was holding, and he wouldn't get hurt. I know people say that in movies and then they end up dead anyway, but these guys were kids his age, just looking for an easy high. They knew Dennis wouldn't go to the police, and he has a reputation for being a bit of a wuss. Well, he tried to fight back anyway. Not with his fists or a gun or anything useful. No, all he could get to was a lighter and a can of Lysol. What he thought was going to happen, none of us will ever know. From what I've heard, even he doesn't know. The reality, however, is that he burned some of the exposed insulation sticking out of the back wall, and it started spreading fast. Now, technically, it did scare the intruders enough that they left without the drugs. This is true. But the entire wall was catching and had already started spreading to the carpet. The fact that most of their neighbors were the type to stay up for several nights in a row saved their house. Dennis's wife got the baby outside right away. He was completely unharmed, though she and Dennis both suffered damage from smoke inhalation. It took 3 men to drag my uncle out of the house because he couldn't wake up. Meanwhile, the whole street had began working together to contain the fire. They were able to do enough that the fire department got it out just as it was working its way to the baby's room. I don't know if that's something that insurance would cover. I've personally never had it come up, but they don't have insurance, so it's a moot point. They couldn't live with my grandmother because she wouldn't have a house in another 6 months, and no one else had room for them. Well, no one willing to take them anyway. So what did they do? They blocked off the back bedroom and bathroom, and they continued to live there. Dennis and his wife moved in with the baby, and everyone shares the master bedroom. The kicker, Dennis's stash burned up in the fire, so he lost it all anyway. He received second-degree burns to his hands and arms, all trying to save his drugs before being dragged out of the house. They still wouldn't press charges on the 4 guys. It's a very snitches end up in ditches community over there. And Dennis's new reason for not having a job is PTSD. Never mind, he didn't work before the fire. I truly don't know how they're going to survive once my grandmother is gone. When she loses the house, she has to move in with my parents. And even if my mom's plans to make her cut off Derek fails, she won't be around forever. I've been reading horror since I was 8 years old, but the stories that come from my uncle and his sons are the most terrifying shit I've heard in my life. Remember, kids, weed is all you need. Leave the rest of the mess alone. Yesterday, I was surprised to see an old friend's name in my unread messages. His name's Austin. We knew each other from elementary school. He contacted me asking if I remembered a birthday party we'd both been in attendance for. His inquiry wasn't pertaining to the actual festivities, more so what happened adjacent to the party. And boy, did I remember. The birthday was being held at the apartment complex this kid lived in. The family had rented out the cabana for the day. The inside had air hockey, table tennis, and a few arcade games, which were all set to free play during the duration of the rental. Out the back doors was a long path that led to a lake with a dock. That's where most of the kids were playing that day. At that time in my life, I was very self-conscious about my body image. I was quite large compared to my peers, and they wouldn't hesitate to remind me any chance they got. As an adult, I'm able to understand that children are just holistically dumb. Fat jokes were the only low-hanging fruit of comedy their grubby little paws could grasp. But as a kid, it was traumatic. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in the cabana, pretending that I was too obsessed with getting high scores in the arcade games to bother with the water. Austin was also in the cabana that day because he had a big cast on his arm from a break he sustained a few months prior. This being the 90s, the small amount of chaperone supervision was focused primarily down by the lake, meaning Austin and I were alone in the cabana for most of the party. Personally, I preferred this, but Austin wanted to sneak away and explore the whole cabana. It was a huge building, and surely there had to be more exciting stuff compared to what was in the designated game room. I don't know what we were expecting to find that would be cooler than what was in the game room, but again, we were holistically dumb. And with no adult in sight, Austin and I opened the unlocked staff-only door located on one of these walls. The door led into a small hallway that led to a stairwell. Austin led the way as we climbed the flight of stairs. First door we found was locked, so we walked up another flight and tried the next one. It opened. Through this door was another hallway. It was dark. Keeping the stairwell door open, we used the light to search for a light switch, but there were none on the walls. I looked up, and there weren't even light fixtures on the ceiling, almost like it was under construction, but from the stairwell glow, the rest of the visible hallway looked intact. Clean carpet, no musky odors. We could also see another door directly across the way. It was a large glass door. It looked slightly illuminated from the sunlight coming in from the room's windows. Seeing that as our next destination, we let the stairwell door close behind us, turning the hallway black again, aside from the light emanating from the glass door in front of us. It was about 20 paces from where we were, but we were both a bit spooked, standing in the dark, quiet hallway. Austin was more hesitant to take the lead this time, and we walked parallel, approaching the door. After the first few steps, I began to feel that overwhelming sense of dread, like something was waiting to grab us from the shadows. The only reason I continued walking was because I didn't want to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. Out of nowhere, Austin says, "What?" And so I say, "What?" And he says, "Were you just whispering?" I say no, and he gives a forced laugh and says, "Oh, weird." Most likely trying not to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. So we continue towards the glass door. The sense of dread has only grown in my stomach, and I swear I see movement in the black around us. I don't know if I actually saw the dark moving, but to this day, I haven't seen anything like what I was seeing in that hallway. It was like waves of shadows rippling around the walls. My eyes couldn't comprehend exactly what I was seeing. Then, I feel Austin's cast pressed against my chest, stopping my stride. He doesn't have to tell me why we stopped, because when I stare directly forward again at the glass door, there's now a silhouette on the other side of the glass, blocking out a portion of the door's light. It stood completely still, examining us from the other side. We froze, holding our breath in fear, until the shadow disappeared like a blink, as if it was never there. The door once again had a soft glow fully engulfing the glass and the carpet in front of the door. It was gone faster than we could react. Austin and I remained statued for a good couple of seconds before our brains told us to panic and run. When we get to the stairwell door, the handle acts as if it's locked, and Austin starts pounding on the door with his cast while we both cry out in terror. It's only after 5 or 6 desperate shakes that the door handle fully turns and the door pops open into the stairwell with ease. At this point, we're both in tears, absolutely bawling as we run down the stairs back to the cabana game room. When we get back, there's thankfully still no one in there, and we have enough time to go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. We agree that we couldn't tell anyone because we knew that we'd get in trouble for trespassing past the staff-only door. Honestly, after that, the rest of the party was a blur. I don't even remember if I sang happy birthday to the kid before leaving. But 30 years later, and still, I remember that hallway vividly. Unfortunately, being with someone almost makes it worse, because your brain can't just forget it as a distorted child memory. There's someone else out there that shares the very same, very real memory I experienced. My dad was a sonar tech in the Navy for 15 years and spent a lot of his time on submarines, specifically testing the new ones. He told me many stories from his time at sea, but he never revealed why he quit the Navy until I was in my mid-20s. His crew had been assigned to test a new model, built to go in deeper waters for longer periods. When they reached their target depth, they began running the next round of tests, and the sonar detected a large range of hills along the seafloor. It had a giant round mound over 200 feet high, with several small ridgelines stretching out of its center. My dad described it as if someone had taken a giant octopus and laid it with its legs splayed outwards. The following day, they continued along their route and made it to the next checkpoint for mapping and the various tests. Only this time, there was a problem with the results. The octopus-like mass was closer than it should have been, and some of its legs were at the wrong angle. It seemed their navigation had somehow taken them off course, so everything had to stop while they figured out what was wrong and how to fix it. They spent the entire day checking every part of their systems, but they couldn't find the error. In addition, everything else on the sonar was exactly where it should be. So how was this mini mountain range in a new position, like it had followed them? After another round of tests and checks yielded the same results, they received orders to proceed to the next checkpoint. There, it was the same story. Everything seemed to work perfectly, except the sonar showed the mass as being the same distance from them as the previous days, and the legs were once again in new positions. All of the data was reading as if those hills were actually following them along the ocean floor, like they were alive. Every crew member was an experienced sailor. They all had heard stories about prehistoric creatures still living in the sea. Some of the men were starting to think the landmass was actually one of those monsters, that its shape wasn't a coincidence. They held their position overnight, but there were no further changes in the seascape. Being unable to determine the equipment's malfunction or quell the rising panic amongst the crew, they were ultimately ordered to abort the mission and begin their ascent. They had only risen a few hundred feet when the sonar showed one of those legs moving towards them. Whatever that mass happened to be, it was alive. It wasn't moving fast. Whether it didn't feel the need to or simply couldn't is unknown. But the long appendages dwarfed the submarine. It would be all too simple to crush them beneath its colossal weight. With no time to spare, the captain gave the order to fire or torpedo and increase to full speed. The creature took a hit and let out a sound that haunted my father until the day he died. He couldn't describe it except to say that it felt like the ocean itself was crying in pain. Every man on the sub froze as a shockwave from the explosion carried them helplessly away. The sonar was rendered useless during this time. At first, they believed it was damaged in the blast, but once the creature fell silent, it began to function normally once again. 2 days later, the Navy sent 2 teams down in hopes of eliminating the creature and recovering its body for study. But after more than 3 weeks of searching, there was simply no sign of it. My dad, along with most of his crewmates, never felt safe in the water again. Several were discharged, but my father managed to finish the last months of his contract. He had always planned to stay in the Navy until he retired, but thanks to this experience, he decided to sell cars instead. It was a huge change to our lifestyle, but I was just a kid who missed her dad. I thought he wanted more time at home, and for years afterwards, he never let us see the trauma beneath the surface. That's just the kind of man he was. Then, last year, he passed away after a long battle with cancer, and I've been thinking about his old stories a lot. So, I thought it might be good to share this one. If you spend a lot of time out at sea, please stay safe. There's so much we still don't know about the ocean. I don't even know how to start this story. Honestly, it's so fresh, some of you have probably even seen it on the local news if you're in Cali. I work in Wasco, California, doing construction near the transportation center. Well, yesterday, Friday, the workday took a pretty horrific turn. There was word that there had been a fatality at the Amtrak rail station on the tracks, which was basically where we were working. This isn't entirely uncommon, but it's not exactly good news to hear. Well, around roughly the same time as hearing about the train accident, my attention is drawn to a man in the distance as my coworker waves me and another guy over. This man was roughly 30 yards away, wearing a bright-colored shirt, hunched over, and for several moments we stared at this man. Why were we looking at him? I couldn't quite figure it out at first, but he did look out of place. And then my coworker says, "Pretty sure he's eating something." I'm color deficient, so sometimes browns and reds can look pretty similar, especially at that distance. So what I initially mistook for dirt or mud was actually blood. He was covered in it, but worst of all, he was holding and yes, eating something that was also bloody. I'm not drawing this out for dramatics, it truly wasn't clearly visible based on how this guy was standing, until it was. The man turned around, facing almost entirely in our direction, still hunched over, and indeed eating something. He was gnawing on a human leg. I think we all had the same realization at the same time. One of the guys runs and grabs our supervisor. Meanwhile, I almost still cannot believe what I'm actually seeing. I'm looking back and forth between the man and my coworker's status in retrieving our supervisor, when I see the man is now waving the leg in the air above his head. He appears to be triumphant, presenting it more like a trophy than another human's leg. I officially walked away as my supervisor arrived, and I spent the next 30-45 minutes on the verge of puking. We learned from the police investigation and the news crew that the 2 incidents were related, the fatal train accident and the man eating someone's leg. He had stolen the leg from the accident site, likely well before the police showed up, and just walked away with it. Absolutely insane. Needless to say, we didn't get a lot of work done that day. Almost the entire crew had witnessed the event, and that took up the better part of Friday. Fuck. I'm still in shock, I think. For sure I had to work this out in writing. Update. Wow, a lot of people have heard about this story already. I guess it is like the craziest thing a lot of people have heard in a while. Just to answer a couple of questions. 1. No, I didn't know this cannibal guy. I know the news said that he was a local homeless man, but I just work in Wasco. I don't live there, so I'm unsure how much of a regular he is or isn't. Either way, based on what people were saying who did know him and what I witnessed on Friday, I think it's safe to say that he's got some mental issues and likely should get some sort of help for that before being released. I'm no lawyer, but I'm sure someone could get creative and think up a charge with something other than removing evidence, but who knows? 2. No, I was not the man on the news. I know the man on the news, and yes, he was a fellow witness. 3. No, I don't have any footage. Like, what the fuck? I didn't even think to grab my phone. 4. Yes, it was eventually obvious what he had was a human leg. No, I didn't puke, but I kind of feel like it just about every time I hear this story repeated on the news, or even when I read my own. So who knows how long I'll keep this up. Thanks, honestly, though, to anyone who read it. I know lots of people find love online, but I swore off dating apps 5 years ago when I met Amy. It started off fine. I talked to her and a few girls for a couple of weeks before asking her to meet in person. We had the most in common, and she was the one that I found myself wanting to get to know more. When we agreed to meet, the plan was for me to pick her up at her house, and then we would go out for dinner and a movie. A nice, simple, low-pressure first date. Or it should have been. I know what you're thinking, that I was led to an abandoned property in the middle of nowhere and was promptly relieved of my possessions. But that's not the case. In fact, her house was completely normal, and she looked exactly like her picture. Rare finds, I know. The red flags didn't start appearing until we were at the restaurant. When interacting with me, she was the sweetest girl you ever met. But when it came to interacting with the waiter, she was a completely different person. All the guy did was ask to take our drink order, and her entire demeanor changed. She had an angry scowl, and her voice dropped at least 2 octaves. I never would have recognized her as the same person I'd been talking to. Yet, once the waiter walked away, she returned to her former peppy self, like it was this completely normal thing to do. That happened throughout dinner, and the movies were even worse. We changed seats several times because people sat too close, and she mocked everyone for how they looked or what they were wearing. Again, I know what you're thinking, raging narcissist, and yes, absolutely. I understood that before dinner was half finished, but not gonna lie, she kinda scared me. So I just wanted to get through with the date and then ghost her. After the movie, I took her home. She invited me in for coffee. Trying to politely decline, I said that I had to get up early, and she didn't want to hear it. She unbuckled my seatbelt and made me so uncomfortable that I pretended to agree. Then I turned to open my door, and I sent a quick call me text to my friend. Amy was closing her door, and I was just standing up when the phone rang. I answered and told her to give me a second so my roommate knew that I'd be late. She smirked and went inside, while I pretended everything was fine and told my friend not to expect me. He heard me call him my roommate, so he knew something was up. He played along, thinking that Amy could hear him. The second she went inside, I got back in the car and just ran for it. Not my proudest moment, but anyway, I was just turning off her street when the barrage of calls started. I blocked her, but she messaged me on Tinder instead. Since I was still trying to tell my friend what actually happened, I put my phone on sleep mode and let her text away. 30 minutes later, I was back home and ready to finish blocking Amy. In that amount of time, she not only found my Twitter, Discord, Reddit, and Instagram, she left over 200 messages in total. The majority of them were just random insults, but it was unsettling that she cared that much. In total, we'd known each other for less than 3 weeks and met once. I can't imagine that the date was that great for her. I didn't laugh at her cruelty or contribute to it. I barely spoke. This should be the end of the story. I sure thought it was. But my phone started blowing up again the next day. She made new accounts on everything, so I set all of mine to private. Then she started calling and texting from different numbers. I don't know if she was borrowing people's phones or spoofing her ID, but I was only dumb enough to answer one of her calls. She immediately began screaming, but I didn't wait to hear what she was saying before hanging up. I was just about ready to change my number when it finally stopped. I had hoped that she found someone new to obsess over, but that was too good to be true. There were 2 glorious days of peace before I woke to the sound of breaking glass at 3 a.m. I'm still not sure how, but she found out where I lived and threw a brick through my big living room window. I had to call the police and do the whole routine, so I didn't get back to sleep that night either. After seeing the messages Amy sent, they agreed that she was the likely suspect and said that they would have to talk with her. Well, she wasn't at home, and I wasn't sure where she worked, just that she was a hairstylist. The officers said they would try again at the end of their shift, or have another car check with her that night. They also advised that I buy some security cameras. I did that on the way to work. They were installed the second I got home. That night, they recorded her approaching my house around the same time, only now she had a softball bat. She then proceeded to smash my mailbox before busting my taillights, headlights, and the window next to my front door. I didn't wake up until she was working on the car, and once I saw her on camera, I immediately called the police again. After reaching through the broken window and unlocking the door, she began smashing everything in her way as she searched for my bedroom. I couldn't get out of my window because it was painted shut, so I hid in my closet, and I watched and listened as Amy searched my house, and I called 911. I've honestly never been so scared in my life. She was proper crazy. She wasn't even drunk, just hurt and angry. When the cops finally arrived, I cried actual tears of relief. I couldn't see any flashing lights from my hiding spot, but I heard officers yelling at Amy when they charged inside. The icing on the cake, Amy wasn't even her real name. She was on the run from attempted murder charges in another state because she put her ex in the hospital. All in all, I'd say that I got off lucky. Insurance took care of the damages, and I never saw Amy again. She skipped town once she made bail, and I have no clue where she might be or what could have happened to her. I'm just grateful she didn't come back to mess with me again. So yeah, I quit online dating after that. Okay, so this happened the other night, actually. And before you say it's not scary, I invite you to literally picture this happening to you. I was awake at 2 a.m. watching YouTube videos when I heard tapping behind my head. I have one window in my bedroom that happens to be right behind the headboard of my bed. I thought that it was a bug, so I was already a little freaked out. I hate bugs, but they've been getting into my room through a hole in my window screen lately. So I decided to put my computer away and go to sleep. The tapping continues, and at this point I'm getting irritated because I just want to go the fuck to sleep. So I take a look around. It was too dark to see out my window, so I grabbed my phone to use as a light. I swear to all that is holy, I nearly had a heart attack. Right outside my window, at 2 a.m, was a fucking owl staring right at me. Despite me screaming, waving my arms, and even throwing something at the window, it just stayed, staring at me. I don't really know why, but my heart was racing. It didn't feel like an animal was looking at me. And right at my peak scaredness, it flew away. Owls, they've always creeped me out, and I've never seen one up close except for a stuffed dead owl that was on display at my old elementary school. Maybe that's why they freak me out. Either way, it was weird as fuck. In the early 70s, my dad traveled for work a lot, and he'd sometimes take me with him during the summer. I was about 13 when we went on a week-long road trip. It was a great time until we stopped at a country diner on the way back. Dad stopped there all the time. The little hole-in-the-wall places were always his favorite, and he was particularly excited for me to try this one. The lunch rush had just ended when we arrived, so there was only 2 or 3 other customers inside. Then, a skinny man with greasy black hair came walking up off of the highway. Lots of people hitchhiked back then, but this place was even more secluded than most. There was hardly anything at all for hours in each direction. My dad's demeanor changed right away. He said guys like that would come into places and put people on the spot for a ride. After all his time on the road, he considered everyone a threat. My mom would call him overprotective on a good day and too paranoid on others. It didn't help that he believed anyone with long hair was on drugs, but in this case, he happened to be right. As the man got closer, we could see that he was twitching and talking to himself. Before he came in, he walked behind each car, and Dad said he was probably checking for out-of-state tags. Drifters like to find out where you were headed first, so they could say they were going in the same direction. I was taught from an early age to never tell someone my destination before they revealed their own. The diner was in Arkansas, and we lived in Missouri, so our plates likely interested him the most. There was another man dressed like a cowboy eating alone on the other side of the room, and Dad figured the cowboy would seem like the most likely owner, since I was there too. He said that we were going to wait for them to start talking, and then sneak out fast. I thought he was being ridiculous, but we'd been having a good time, and I didn't want to ruin it. The drifter came in and went straight to the cowboy, just as my dad had predicted, but there wasn't much of a conversation. Before the drifter could open his mouth, the cowboy essentially told him to screw off in a very aggressive way. A screaming match began, and before we could move, the drifter pulled out a gun and shot the cowboy in the head. If he had known to talk to my dad first, he would have been the one to die. Before anyone could react, the drifter turned to us and demanded our keys. I'd seen my dad treat drifters just like the cowboy had all the time, and they might bark and growl, but none of them had ever pulled a gun on him. I thought that we were both going to die right there, but my dad didn't show a hint of aggression. I'd never seen him so calm before or since that moment, but he kept his eyes on the table and calmly handed the drifter his keys. He told him which vehicle was ours, and he said it had a full tank of gas and $500 in the glove compartment. That wasn't true, but he wanted the man to feel happy, and he was confident the drifter wouldn't come back once he made it to the car. I guess we'll never know if he was right. The drifter hesitated at our table, like he was deciding what to do. Then there was another loud bang, and our table was suddenly covered in blood and gore. For a terrifying moment, I thought he shot my dad, but my eyes were glued to the table in a frozen state of shock until I was pulled away from it. I was so panicked that I thought it was the drifter, and I tried to fight back, but my dad's voice finally got through, and I realized he was the one who had pulled me away. It was the drifter who had been shot. The owner had a rifle behind the counter, and thankfully took matters into his own hands. We probably would both be dead if he hadn't. It was over an hour before the police arrived, and they took our statements. We later learned the drifter was wanted for several armed robberies in multiple states, and the cowboy hadn't been his first murder victim. Dad canceled his last appointment, and we drove straight home from there, but we never told Mom what happened. Neither of us wanted to put her through that. Hands down, the scariest day of my life. I'm old now, so most of my early memories have faded, but that one always feels like it's brand new. A few years back, I was dating this girl. She told me her parents' house was haunted. Skeptical as I was, I thought she was playing with me. Then she told me that there was an evil persona that would take over her body sometimes, damage her physically. She'd wake up bleeding, totally oblivious of how she got those cuts or what just happened. I thought this was just her way of trying to get attention or needing help. I didn't really believe her story, although I tried to help and comfort her any way I could. All of that changed anyway, when I started sleeping over. It changed because strange things would almost always occur at night. These experiences all occurred when my ex and me, usually the dog too, were alone in the house. It started with her laptop randomly turning on in the middle of the night and actually logging into their account. Shortly after, I started to hear things as well. Footsteps coming from the ceiling or roof, right above the bed we slept in. Not a ticking sound like a mouse makes, but actual thuds, like a human was casually walking circles on the roof. A few days after, I heard a dog barking downstairs. The family dog was a boxer, but I heard a high-pitched arf instead of a low roof. I went downstairs, but I saw nothing special. The boxer was sleeping peacefully in his kennel in the kitchen. I returned to the bedroom and saw my ex in bed, sitting up straight and with both arms bleeding. I had seen the fresh wounds before, so that was nothing new for me. Really sad to see, but nothing new. What startled me to death is that she had her eyes closed, like she was still sleeping, but her mouth was wide open, as if she were screaming her lungs out. But she wasn't. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. A few nights later, we were in bed sleeping together again, and I woke up to my ex trying to climb over me, mumbling, "Break, glass." As the situation in the house was starting to freak me out, I felt the urge to protect myself. I grabbed my ex by the shoulders and yelled, "What are you trying to do?" My ex woke up, but a second later we heard a loud tack and the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen. I went downstairs to look and saw the locked cupboard wide open, and on the floor, shards of what used to be 2 long drink glasses. I cleaned up the mess, walked back upstairs, and found my ex sleeping as if nothing had happened. Once, something strange happened in the middle of the day. We were upstairs in my ex's bedroom, and her father was working in the garage. Nobody else was home. We went to be physical. We made sure the bedroom door was closed. Then, in the heat of the moment, the door flew open, hard, as if someone kicked it in, except there was nobody there. I do remember feeling a slight breeze, and the next moment, her bedroom window shattered into pieces. That kinda killed the mood, to be honest. Shortly after this, we broke up, and some strange things happened to me, but nothing like what happened to her or while we were together. But it did get me interested in the paranormal, spirituality, and finding out what else is with us. I was blissfully unaware of my stalker's actions until he was arrested. I work as a counselor in an addiction treatment clinic. Most of our patients are wonderful people, but we do get some strange ones. 2 years ago, when I was 29 and hadn't worked there long, I was assigned a new patient. He was a man in his late 30s who had been a heroin user for most of his life. It was clear to me that he was very isolated and that he craved attention. So I was extra careful to be as professional as possible, while still showing him the appropriate level of understanding. He began to stop by my office uninvited, but he never wanted to discuss his treatment. Initially, he just talked a lot about himself, but he soon began to ask questions about me. I explained the boundaries of our relationship to him again and gave my supervisor a warning that this patient may need a different counselor. Then he bought me flowers and a stuffed animal, and I was forced to have him reassigned immediately. I obviously couldn't accept his gifts, and my rejection angered him. He threw a fit in our lobby, accusing me of leading him on, and our security guy had to escort him from the building. We treat patients with methadone, and we are reluctant to dismiss them without detoxing first. But my supervisor told the patient he wouldn't be able to return if he acted out again. A couple of days went by without incident, and the patient, let's call him John, apparently showed up to dose every day and left quietly like he was supposed to. One day I came out after we closed to find John sitting on the ground next to my car. He told me that he was sorry for getting upset, that he understood that no one could know about us. I was starting to feel scared, so I just stood there and listened to him ramble on about his love for me until some of my coworkers came out and found us. They convinced him to leave, and I knew now that he would definitely be discharged. Looking back, I feel so stupid because I actually pitied him. I was even planning on asking my supervisor to see if they could transfer him to another clinic, at least for a 3-week detox, so that he wouldn't have to suffer through the severe, acute withdrawals. John stopped coming on his own, and I didn't see him again. Unfortunately, he saw a lot of me. Everything that followed, I heard from the police or my family members. John might have stopped coming into the clinic to dose, but he was still there every day. He waited in the parking lot across the street and followed me when I left. I often run errands after work, so he followed me as I picked up my cat from the vet, went to the dentist, did my grocery shopping, had my nails done, and when I had lunch with my husband. I'm very lucky that I always take the same route home, and that it includes a 3-mile stretch of empty, straight highway. John had made several attempts to follow me home, but his paranoia made him think that I'd spot him if he continued to follow me all the way along the road. I'm sure I wouldn't have noticed him, but I'm glad that he thought I might. Our house is hidden by trees down a long driveway, and he could easily have assaulted me as I got out of my car. John followed me on at least 5 separate occasions. I know this because the police told me that, and there were pictures on his phone of me in 5 different outfits. On the last day, he thought that he'd managed to follow me home. He saw me take a slightly different route, park at a big house, and walk in the front door. He couldn't have known that I was visiting my mother-in-law, and he would soon cease to care. My husband's sister was 19 at the time, and she's a beautiful girl. John was parked up the road when she got home from school, and that was all it took to break his obsession with me. When he saw me leave later that evening, he stayed behind. The next morning, he accosted my sister-in-law as she walked to her car. He rambled on about wanting to marry her. He scared her, but she's a smart girl. She managed to get into her car via the passenger door and honk the horn. My husband was going over some paperwork with their dad inside, and they both ran outside. John was banging on my sister-in-law's window and kicking her car. He saw these 2 6-foot-something men approach and pulled a steak knife from his cargo pants. My father-in-law kept his distance, trying to talk him down. My sister-in-law is calling 911 from inside the car, and my husband went inside to get his dad's gun. That calmed John down. He laid down on his belly and waited for the deputies to come. John was arrested on charges relating to his knife wielding and vandalism of the car. But the police also found out that he was out on parole. They found pictures of me, and John eventually admitted that he'd been stalking me when he happened to see my sister-in-law. I feel incredibly guilty for leading him to her, for not paying attention to the warning signs. John's original conviction was for the aggravated rape of a young girl whom he had stalked first. It's nauseating to know that someone spied on you for a whole week without you noticing him. But it's worse to know that he chose a young girl whom you love as his next victim. My mom was a single parent through my teenage years. I have 2 younger sisters as well. My mother worked 3 jobs at one time, and she was always gone. Her first job started at 4:30 in the morning. She left the house before any of us were awake for school and wouldn't be home until midnight. Yeah, she didn't sleep for years. One morning, I saw a dark figure walk past my bedroom door and down the hall. I called out, "Mom?" The figure leaned back and poked its head into the doorway, as if it were taking one more glance to answer my call, and then continued back down the hallway, out into the living room kitchen area. I got out of bed, not having heard the very loud front door close. I imagined my mother would be in the living room, gathering her items before leaving. I walked into our living area and found no one. Nothing. I immediately phoned my mother. She was already at work. I told her what had happened and explained I was freaking out. This was before cell phones, so my mother had asked me to take the cordless phone and check the entire house. Are the doors locked, front and back? Yes. Check my room. Is it empty? Yes. The bathroom? Yes. Oh my God, Mom. I know I saw someone. Didn't I? My mom calmed me down, tried to explain that maybe it was sleepy stuff in my eyes, throwing me off. Over the weekend, when we had time to spend together, Mom finally broke down, telling me that maybe it was a ghost, but it would be a friendly ghost. Mom went on to explain that the people who sold her the house, they did tell her that an elderly man had peacefully passed away in his sleep before we purchased it. My sister, who's only 3 years younger than me, decided to name the ghost. It was a kind old man, so his name would be Henry. Naming the ghost made it seem less scary, for some odd reason. After the first sighting and a name, Henry maybe felt a little more comfortable coming out because we started to see him and his antics more frequently throughout our home. Henry would shut the bathroom door if one of us girls left it open while using the bathroom. This happened very frequently. We were a house full of girls, so we never bothered to shut the door to our one bathroom that we all shared, and locks were not an option, especially in the mornings when we were all getting ready for school. One day, both my younger sisters were visiting my friends or doing their own thing, so I had the house to myself. I decided to watch a movie. We kept our movies on the bottom shelf of a china hutch that my grandmother made for my mom. The door was heavy and preferred to be open as opposed to shut. What I mean to say is if you unlock the door, it would naturally swing wide open. When opened, the one door, movie side, would hang in such a way as to block access to the hallway from the living room. I didn't need to go down the hall, so I left the door open. While watching the movie, out of the corner of my eye, the door slowly swung shut on the china hutch. And while it didn't lock, it was impossible that it would close on its own without some help. Chills ran up and down my spine, arms, legs, neck, everywhere. I immediately phoned my mother at work again and said, "Hey, sorry to call you at work, but Henry just closed the door on the china hutch and suddenly I didn't feel like being alone anymore." Mom told me that she understood and was impressed with Henry's strength to close that door. I agreed. We chatted until I told her I felt better, safe again, and I went back to watching the movie with the china hutch door locked, closed, to keep Henry happy. We moved out of that house when I turned 17, and as we were closing the front door for the last time on the move-out day, we all stuck our heads back inside and said, "Goodbye, Henry." Even though Henry was a friendly ghost, it was still scary as a young teen to come face to face, so to speak, with a ghost, regardless how nice he was. Several years ago, I worked at a value village on Evergreen Way when I was just released from prison for armed robbery. Value Village is a secondhand store, a good part-time job. It helped me maintain my sobriety. I was able to obtain a steady income and get off the streets after saving my first 2 paychecks. I met the only couple of people that have ever been kind to me there. My boss, Anthony, and my closing partner, TT, aka Little T, or T. Rest in peace, T. This story takes place probably 15, 17 years ago, and she was as close to dust as you could get when I met her. The bad part, this Value Village was as haunted could be. I do believe that now. The city itself, it's a miserable mess. Maybe it was the city that was haunted, and the ghost just waltzed around wherever. I'm pretty sure that every community has a well-off part of town and a poor part of town. This area is at the very tip of the poor spectrum. You can't get much more grimy than Evergreen Way. A random night, as a closer, is close to the end of the night. No more shoppers. I'm cleaning aisles and reorganizing the items that people decided they didn't want but couldn't bother to bring themselves to put it where they found it. T's out on a smoke break. I'm close to the front of the store. While I'm sweeping around the jewelry section, I hear a very familiar squeak. I look up, and I see one of the shopping carts slowly moving down an aisle 3 or 4 rows down. All of the carts had these long red poles connected to them to deter people from shoplifting or taking the carts altogether. I stand there and I watch this thing squeak from one end to the other before coming to a stop. Again, I'm at the front of the store. I would have seen someone enter. Still, I say, "Hello?" But nobody answers, so I return to what I was doing. A few seconds later, when my back's turned away, a distant wheel began to clunk and squeak again. I spin around. I watch the same shopping cart moving back just as slowly as it had the first time. That makes the hair stand up on my arms. Holding the broom like a katana, I walk to the aisle that the carts were sitting in. When I get there, the aisles are empty. Panning my head around, I quickly notice that a lot of shopping carts are slowly moving, coming to life. Moving in various directions in the aisle. I decided I didn't really want any part of what was going on there, so I turned around. This didn't help me from screaming like a child, though. As I turned to walk away, I could hear the carts escalating in speed behind me. I let out a yip more cowardly than I'd like to admit as I left the aisle with the carts. Right around the corner is T. I practically collided with her and we both screamed. She asked me what the hell I was doing running around and making noise. I told her straight up, those shopping carts are possessed. Without hesitation, I walked her over to turn the corner into the possessed aisle. Of course, they weren't moving. But that's when T says, "Yo, I know." Apparently, this has happened to her a few times. Why she never told me, I don't know. But now, she told me she'd practically been hit with these carts in the past, that they'd clipped the back of her legs one night while working alone. As she's telling me this, several red poles of several shopping carts begin to vibrate and shake. The two of us stood there, watching as the shopping carts continued to tremble. It was like an invisible force was forcefully trying to communicate with us through these objects. T and I exchanged a couple of glances, mine more nervous than hers. Even with the moral support of someone else, I didn't know what to do next. As the vibrations intensified, T suddenly spoke out. When I gave her a look like, "What the hell are you doing?" she told me that she knew this place was haunted. She said as much, and then she asked the ghosts to talk to her. Followed it up with, "What do you need?" I'll give her some credit. It took me from scared to entertained pretty quick. It's hard to say exactly what I believed in that moment, but I certainly didn't think I was going to be speaking with ghosts. T stuck out her arms in front of her, as if she knew what was going to happen next. To my personal astonishment, at the same time the vibrations ceased. The carts were becoming still. It was as if they were waiting for whatever T was doing. I noticed her eyes were closed. I watched as she took a deep breath and began speaking softly. At the moment, though, it just kind of looked like something crazy. Before I knew it, she was whacking me on the shoulder and whispering for me to close my eyes. So I did. And T was asking questions, whispering things and being still. Took everything in me to keep my eyes closed and show some patience. I heard the rustling of tags hanging on items nearby. The air felt different, and I couldn't help it. I couldn't keep my eyes closed any longer. I opened my eyes the moment I heard a faint whisper echo through the space. It was barely audible, but distinct enough for me to hear. It said, "Harper." Well, I thought it said Harper, But after scolding me for opening my eyes, T said that she was sure it said, "Help her." For a moment, we lightly argued about what the voice could have said, but I was feeling increasingly more uncomfortable. It's not like it was malevolence I felt, but I wasn't experienced in talking with ghosts. Long story short, I wanted to go home. In a series of whispers and my inability to distinguish T's from the spirits, I asked that we speed this along and get to finishing closing. T asked if I wanted to just go, that she would stay behind. I considered it, but she laughed, saying that all the whispers had subsided anyway, jokingly blaming me for scaring them away. That night, T told me about her various experiences in the store, and then she told me that if I could hear those whispers too, it likely wouldn't be the last time that I experienced something. And well, T, rest in peace, my friend. And though I know you're not around to know it, I don't know how these things work. You were right. Fast forward, I still live in the same town 15 plus years later, and the store itself still exists. I work for the company that's hired to do landscaping for this portion of the city, and one day over the last year I decided to pop inside to see my old boss. I wanted to see if he was working. He was always a great person. I wanted to chat with him as possible. Honestly, I just had this odd feeling to go visit him before leaving town that day. On my way inside, I see him walking from the back of the store. He gives me a wave through the glass windows. He smiles and then takes a hard right out of view. When I get inside, I don't immediately see him anywhere. I ask around. One gal doesn't even know who I'm talking about, but another one does. She asks how I knew Anthony, and I told her the whole story, and she regrets to inform me that Anthony passed away. Heart failure. He had died at work. I asked the gal if she was absolutely positive we were talking about the same guy, the same Anthony. She told me that he's the only one she ever knew to manage the store for multiple years. She repeated his last name back to me, and it was Anthony. So, who did I see? I looked throughout the store, hung around far too long, trying to see if anyone matching his exact description was in the store. No such luck. I've accepted that I saw Anthony. I can't explain it, but I can't very well explain what happened in that store with me and T either. And just because I can't fully understand it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Thanks for reading. If you have similar experiences, I'd really like to hear them. Or I guess just know that you're not alone in yours. This past summer, I was a counselor at a day camp. Aside from being a counselor, I was also a bus monitor. My job was to sit in front of the bus next to the driver and help the kids on and off the bus. The first couple of days of camp, I really enjoyed being a bus monitor. I got a ride there and back from camp, plus I got extra pay. But then it started getting creepy. The bus driver seemed okay at first. He was this older guy with a little hint of an accent. He would ask me weird questions, which, admittedly, I answered, because I thought wherever he came from, it was probably okay to ask these questions, and I didn't want to make him feel bad. On the first day of camp, he asked for my number. I thought nothing of it and gave it to him, figured it was for work. He would probably just want to call in the mornings when he got to my house. I was dead wrong. On the second day of camp, we passed a Dunkin' Donuts on the way back. Me, being the idiot that I am, just said nonchalantly, "Oh, I love Dunkin'." After we dropped off all the kids, he proceeded to go the opposite direction of my house. I asked him where he was going, and he said back to Dunkin'. I freaked out. I told him no, that he should just take me home. He wouldn't. I started asking more urgently. He wouldn't. I was screaming and on the verge of tears. I was begging for him to just please turn back. He wouldn't. I've just watched many shows in my lifetime, and I know what happens when creepy old men drive you away from a location, when they have control of you in their car. We were coming to a rolling stop. I pulled the doors of the bus open and I jumped out. I ran or walked 2 miles home, 90-degree weather, but it was well worth it. The next day, and the day after, he would bring me coffee from Dunkin'. Aside from the fact that I wouldn't trust it from him, I'm lactose intolerant and I need almond milk. So I just got rid of it. Every day, he would act more and more creepy. The way that he would talk to me got worse. He'd make all these comments when I went to go help the kids off the bus about how sexy I am. Mind you, I was 14 at the time. That summer, my mental state was down the tubes. Every time I remembered I had to go back on the bus with him, I'd have a panic attack. I couldn't breathe. I never knew if he was going to do something to me. And you know the best part? No one believed me. I told my friends and the other counselors about the stuff that he did, and they thought it was totally normal. When he went upstate for the weekend and brought me back a pink watch, a pink flamingo keychain, and pink nail polish, do you know what they said? That's so cute. Hell no. It was downright creepy, and I don't know why they didn't think so. This is an actual conversation we had via text. Him. What are you doing? Are you alone? Me. I'm eating supper with my family. It was a lie. I just didn't want to talk to him. Him. Okay, call me later. Him. Are you awake? Him. Hello? Him. You should get WhatsApp. I use it to message the people I care about. I even showed these messages to people, and they still thought it was completely normal. I brought these messages to the director of the camp, and she still did nothing about it. I wasn't there the second half of the summer, but I heard that he still was. He should not be working anywhere near children, and I said as much. He should be in prison, behind bars. Even after the summer was over, he would still continue to call and text me. I was scared to block his number because he knew where I lived. Eventually, and luckily, after a few months of not answering, he stopped. Creepy bus driver whose name I won't mention. If you're reading this, fuck you. There's a recording from what we experienced at 1:07 a.m., July 31st, 2022, which was my 40th birthday. We were parked at the north end of I-75 rest stop, between the Mount Morris and Montrose exits, right outside of Flint, Michigan, the place where you can't drink the water. We've slept down there hundreds of times, and the woods surrounding it usually inspire an eerie feeling. But we've never experienced anything like what happened that night. I fell asleep shortly after we got there, but my wife was still awake, fixing her hair when she noticed a long, white rectangle standing in the forest directly across from our car. A bright white light was pouring out of it, as if someone in a dark room had opened the door to one filled with insanely bright lights. Then she saw the outline of a shadow figure standing in the doorway. She said it gave off an intensely sinister, evil feeling as it stood, motionless and staring at her. At first, she thought it must be a hallucination or a dream. She couldn't believe such a thing could really be happening. But once she realized it wasn't simply her imagination, she became frightened and woke me up. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw what she saw. A bright, white doorway with a shadow man staring at us. I immediately told her to get the hell out of there, and she did, quickly. We drove towards the rest stop's exit and parked, but as we drove away, this thing flew out of the portal with what I can only describe as angel wings. It followed our car across the parking lot. That's the part I recorded, though sadly, I didn't get any footage of the original portal. The entity looked like a robed angel, holding a staff with his arms out and head back, But it also looks like a portal with angel wings and spirits passing through. Then it shows 4 lights hovering above it. 2 are green and 2 are orange. We sat there, recording it and talking. But whatever this thing was, it didn't have the scary feeling my wife felt before. Now it felt calm, like it was protecting us. But after a while, we both got freaked out again and left shortly after. I know people will say the lights are from my dashboard, but we even debunked that in the video by holding my hands in front of the dash lights. A lot disappeared, but not this. The entity stayed, disappeared for a split second, and came right back. To leave, we were forced to drive right past it, and we saw it clear as day through the driver's side window. You can also see it in the rearview mirrors. This is not fake or some kind of scam. I've had the pictures and the video recording for almost 6 months now, and I need answers. If anyone has experienced this before, please take a look. Let me know what you think. I've never told anyone about this, but I used to be terrified of the house that we moved into when I was 13. I'm an only child. My parents' bedroom was on the first floor, while mine was on the opposite end of the second floor. I chose it for that very reason, and regretted it by the 3rd night. I was just going to bed when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and down the hall. I assumed it was one of my parents and wondered what they could want so late. But the footsteps stopped just before my door. I waited for at least a couple of minutes, but they never moved or called out. So I opened the door to see what the deal was, and nobody was there. The next morning, I asked my parents which of them was creeping outside my door, but they denied ever getting out of bed. I thought my dad was messing with me, though I didn't care enough to press the issue. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. I'm not sure if it was weeks or months later before the next incident, but enough time went by that I'd written the whole thing off. And then I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps pacing outside my door. I was terrified until remembering it was probably just my dad. Then I decided to beat him at his own game. Quietly, I crept towards the door. I pulled it open just as the steps passed by, but no one was there. It was just an empty hallway with nowhere to go. A cold breeze blew past me, and everything was dead silent. I was instantly terrified again. There was no explanation for what I heard, and I knew I hadn't dreamed it. The following morning, my parents denied any involvement. My mom joked that it was probably just a ghost. She and my dad both laughed it off, but that was the only explanation that made any sense. So I had to test the theory. That night, I took a bunch of candles into my room, and I held a makeshift seance. I only knew what I saw on TV, but I did my best to banish any lingering spirits regardless. I slept through the next several nights, but stayed up late that weekend, just to see if anything happened. The footsteps started just before 3 a.m., and it made my blood run cold. Again, they came up the stairs and began pacing outside my door. It continued for several minutes while I sat listening, frozen in terror. Finally, I worked up the courage to call out a tentative, "Hello?" Only once it was past my lips did I realize how awful it would be to hear a response. But thankfully, none were forthcoming. I tried to make myself get out of bed and open the door like the other nights, but I just couldn't. This time, my parents didn't find my story so endearing. They didn't want to hear about my mysterious footsteps anymore. And that was my last attempt for over a year. And again, at least a week passed before the next occurrence, maybe more. The footsteps were louder than usual and woke me just as before. I laid awake waiting for them to stop. But then there was a light tapping on my door. and a new level of fear coursed through me. It felt like it lasted an eternity, and even when it stopped, I couldn't fall back asleep. I'm pretty sure that's when my nightmares started as well. Sometimes I wasn't sure if something was a dream or reality, so I started leaving myself proof in various ways. Not too long after my 14th birthday, I woke to more tapping. But while I hid under my covers, the noises only got worse until the unthinkable happened. My doorknob began to turn. I could hear the metal and the slow creaking of the door opening. I couldn't not look at that point. I had to know what was coming through the door, for better or for worse. By then, I was sleeping with a flashlight under my pillow, an actual flashlight, no cell phones in those days, I'm afraid. And I sat up with it in one fast, embarrassingly spasmic motion. The door was halfway open, but no one was there. No one was ever there. I got up to close my door and put my vanity stool against it, so I would know that it hadn't been a dream. I dealt with similar incidents every few weeks for the entire time that I lived in that house. The worst incident happened when I was 16, and I woke to someone sitting on the foot of my bed. I lashed out with my feet and felt them connect with somebody's body. But once I sat up, the room was empty. After that, I started sneaking downstairs to sleep on the couch full time. If my parents woke up first, I'd pretend it was an accident. Or if I'd wake up first, I'd sneak back into my room. I tried bringing it up a couple more times over the years, but once they threatened to put me in therapy, I never mentioned it again. Life got much better after I went to college. My parents moved to a brand new house while I was away, and I never saw our old place again. But a few years ago, I worked up the nerve to ask my mom about the old house, and she very casually explained that a man had killed his wife in a jealous rage before ending his own life. All on the second floor, of course, and they just never felt comfortable going up there. I was speechless. I'm still kind of speechless. I mean, who does that? When I got upset, I was told that we simply couldn't afford to move at the time, and they felt like telling me the truth would only make my ghost dreams worse. Not gonna lie, I'm still a little bitter about it. Alright, well, there's no classy way to start this story, so don't judge me. When I was in my early 20s, my buddy was having a birthday party at a club called Tricks, with 3 X's. This gentleman's club was of the lowest caliber, and certainly not an establishment I visited often. This being said, me and birthday boy were doing key bumps next to an ATM when this stripper named Dakota walked up to me and started flirting. She asked if I wanted to hang out when she was off work. Her shift ended at the end of the hour. I didn't drive to the club, but my buddy's standing behind her cheering me on, so I'm like, cool, let's do this. The party of boys leave, and I wait in the bar for Dakota to leave the dressing room. An old man sweeps confetti off the floor, and I watched him use a soapy rag to make the stripper pole shine once again, ready for the next night. Dakota comes out and tells me that she's got an Uber for us. As a gentleman, I offered to pay for the Uber, but she insists. And so together we strolled out the back door, arm in arm. Within 30 seconds, a car is pulling around the side of the club. As its headlights get close, Dakota says, "That's our Uber." And sure enough, the car pulls to a stop right in front of us. It was a Ford Focus or Chevy Aveo-looking small red car. I had to squeeze in the back seat. The driver is a tall, young woman. She also looks uncomfortable in this car, and I wonder why she would have made a purchase like this. When Dakota slides next to me, she asks if the woman has her address. The cramped woman in the front seat says, "Yep," and we drive around to the front of the strip club and out to the street. It's a long rural road leaving Tricks. The previous key bumps I'd been jazzing on were fleeting, along with my confidence in the current situation I'd put myself in. I wasn't even sure if I was in a real Uber. This lady in front sure didn't drive like she gave a shit about any sort of star rating. Meanwhile, I catch Dakota putting "almost there" in a text message before pressing send. She tried to hide her phone, but the glow reflected from her side window. It became very clear that Dakota had no intentions of hooking up tonight. I have no idea what direction we've gone or how long we've been going that way. I try to reach for my phone and not commit the same mistake that she had by revealing my screen in the reflection. I begin to reach in my back pocket, thinking I'll try to blindly repeat the motion that I do to dim my screen before pulling it out of my pocket. I grip the phone and boom, the car's front tire explodes in a shred of rubber. The driver tries to overcorrect and ends up flipping the car. It cartwheels 3-4 times, narrowly avoiding the trees in the ditches on either side. The car barrel rolled into a straight line down this 2-lane highway until it came to a stop, landing completely upside down. Oddly enough, I don't think I ever passed out. I'm pretty banged up. There's glass everywhere, in my clothes, in my hair. I'm bleeding from multiple places, and I'm most worried about the blood dripping up my forehead. Both women are completely unconscious. I free myself from the seatbelt, and gravity sends me down to the ceiling of the turned-over car. I crawl out. Shooting pain from a fractured arm dampens my adrenaline and my ability to think. My head's also bleeding. This time it's going the natural way, and I feel a warm steam roll down the tip of my nose. But possibly, worst of all, my phone is crushed. I check on the girls. They appear to both be passed out, but then the driver starts to groan a bit. She's coming to. I tell the woman if she can reach her cell phone, she should call 911. Without another option, I'm forced to run for miles down a long, dark highway until I reached a gas station to call for emergency services. To this day, I still have metal inside my arm from the crash, but as crazy as it sounds, I'm very grateful the car flipped that night, because I'm pretty sure that I was going to get robbed or murdered, or both, once we reached the address we were going to. And in some timeline, in another universe, Dakota was a cool stripper that really did want to hook up with me that night. I guess we'll never know. Schrodinger's stripper, per se. When I was a kid, my uncle owned an antique shop, and my parents would leave me with him when I didn't have school. During my 5th grade spring break, I was dropped off at 7:30 and picked up at 5:30. Sometimes I cleaned, sometimes my uncle would show me an interesting item, but most of the time, I played with his personal collection in the back area. He had all sorts of antique toys. My favorites were the tabletop pinball machines, but he also had a jack-in-the-box that dated back to the 1700s. He bought it the previous month, but wanted to show it to me before he sold it. Apparently, it came with an interesting story, one about a doctor having it made especially for an ill child who passed away shortly after. The family left his room as a shrine and spent much of their time praying over his bed. Soon, they began hearing noises during the night, only to find the boy's jack-in-the-box in a new position. I was fully into the story, gawking at this old toy in slight fear but complete awe, until my uncle burst into laughter and explained how many dealers made up stories to bolster the desire of a specific item. This was the 60s, by the way, so it worked pretty well back then. I was disappointed, but that didn't stop me from enjoying the toy itself. The original ones didn't have a hand crank. They were just boxes, and the puppets popped out when you opened them. I think the first one was made by a German in the 1500s, but don't quote me on that. My uncle's apartment was upstairs, and I was having so much fun that he offered to keep me overnight. My parents agreed, happy to save the extra trip, and I continued playing with all the best toys. Later that evening, I made a bed on the couch. I tried to ignore the extremely loud snores coming through the paper-thin walls. Sadly, my efforts were futile. Anytime I came close to dozing off, the steady snores would be interrupted by a sudden animalistic grunt that scared me back to reality. Sometime after 1, I decided to take my blanket and pillows downstairs to sleep on the floor. But once I began descending the steps, I heard a strange sound below. It almost sounded like a rat was dragging a trap along, so I went to check it out. After flipping on the lights, it stopped instantly, and I turned to see the jack-in-the-box lying on the floor, top open, with the puppet stretched out of it as if it had been pulling itself along. My uncle and I had gone upstairs together, and we'd left the toy in the middle of the table. There was no way for it to have fallen off. As I stood frozen at the base of the steps, something small ran across the room behind me. I turned around in search of the source, but nothing was there. I was only looking away for a second, yet when I turned back again, the puppet's head was on its side, facing me. It made me jump backwards, and I tripped over something, I don't know what. I felt it when my foot rolled over the top of it, but I couldn't find anything afterwards. I got up to close the jack-in-the-box, like it was waiting to bite me. That's what it felt like, and I held the lid tight. I put it back on the table, and I set an old jar full of marbles on top. Then I ran upstairs as fast as my legs would carry me. All the while, I could still hear the faint snores coming through the wall. My uncle had slept through everything. It made me wonder what else he slept through. Just as I opened the apartment door, the same light footsteps came racing up the dark steps behind me. I practically threw myself over the threshold of the door. The steps came all the way up to the door before stopping right outside. And then there was just silence. I had engaged both locks, but didn't trust them enough to not hold the door shut as well. I guess it could have still gotten through easily enough, but when you're in that situation, you act based on instinct. You don't remember that a barrier can't protect you from an angry ghost or spirit or whatever. I didn't hear another sound that night. It was almost 3 a.m. when I finally worked up enough courage to sit down. I still never got to sleep, but I only had to lay there for 2 more hours. My uncle got up at 5. His awful snoring finally came to an end. A few minutes later, he came out of his room. He saw me sitting there, wide awake, asking how I slept. Since I was 10, I didn't exaggerate. Everything came spilling out of me like a rehearsed speech, because I had been telling it in my head for 2 hours. Needless to say, he didn't believe my story and insisted that I only had a nightmare. I didn't push too hard because I knew that he'd think differently once we got downstairs, and he saw the jar on the box. Unfortunately, the jar was broken, and marbles were scattered all over, while the box remained sitting exactly where we had left it the evening before, not where I had just left it hours before. My uncle's logical conclusion was that I got up to mischief during the night, broke a jar of marbles, and made up a story to cover my ass. As an adult, I can look back and fully understand his point, but at the time, I really resented him for not believing me. I've had a few other experiences over my life, enough that I have no doubt something else is here with us. But nothing ever frightened me quite as badly as that creepy puppet. I think my experiences started with the violent abuse of my childhood. Entities would try attaching themselves to me, and it kind of darkened my presence. At a young age, my dad asked why I stopped smiling, and that continued for decades. Meanwhile, I've always had visions, and in my 30s, I moved to a place with a heavy, hidden, satanic element. I definitely disturbed the energy in that place, because I had powerful dreams when I was there. Plus, I think something cursed me. That brings me to 12 years ago, when I met an attractive woman who was treating her depression with meth. She even admitted to doing very bad things to people. At the same time,
I was also having visions that didn't make sense until I met her. She was a black magic practitioner, and through phone sex, she was somehow able to attach a demon to me. I went to a Cherokee shaman named Raven, who said the black magic practitioner was actually a djinn, and she was spiritually attacking others through me. It was bizarre, to say the least. The more I learned, the more I tried to help others who were being attacked by covens, and because of that, the covens in turn began to target me. It was brutal. For years, my energy was drained daily to the point of delirium. Eventually, I had a vision of a dark cloaked figure coming into my mind's eye, and he said, "I can't destroy you. Your faith in God is unbreakable, but I will devour the ones who attack you." Then, I saw several groups of people standing around altars and performing blood rituals, summoning demons to attack me. The figure said his name was Az, and that only 3 fallen angels have that sound in their name, which I took that to mean that he was Azazel. Several days later, I felt the death of the djinn's sister. All that time, I'd been praying, surrendering to the divine, and just not specifying God or Christ. It helped me to see that there were other solutions to attempt. I tried praying to every culture's deities, but to no avail. Finally, I found a guy that had traveled the world, looking for the same solution. He said that prayers to the Christian God were the only solution that worked. Well, I tried it, even though I wasn't very big on the Bible when living in that satanic place. Before all that began, I had rage issues, PTSD, was diagnosed as borderline paranoid schizophrenic. But as the years passed, I started praying to God every day, all day. Eventually, my troubles began to lessen. My energy returned. The paranoia stopped. My PTSD went away along with the borderline schizophrenia. Though during that time, my visions were going haywire. I've had a handful of instances where demons entered my mind's eye for a chat, and this has been a heavily condensed summary of those experiences.
We were returning home late one night from watching my grandson in a play. Our car was packed with my mother, 2 grown kids, 2 grandkids, my husband, myself. I'm usually good about trusting my gut, and I believe in women's intuition. But I was exhausted. Driving down a dark rural highway, we passed something on the side of the road. It looked like a big pile of metal. My brain was trying to process what it had seen and was trying to shrug it off as construction debris. But there was a voice in my head, and it kept saying I should turn around and investigate. I didn't say that out loud, but I was thinking it hard. My youngest daughter finally said, "Mom, if you think we should check it out, do it. Turn around." So I did. And what we found was a mangled car with a young man trapped inside. No one else on that road stopped, but I'm so glad that we did. We called 911, flagged down a passing car that just happened to have a nurse inside, and we all stayed with the young man, talking to him until help arrived. I was never able to find out what happened to him after that, but I felt like we'd saved his life. When I was in school, I was invited to a 3-day strawberry music festival by an acquaintance. She called me up and said she had an extra ticket and wanted me to go with her. I told her I wanted to go. Epic festival and music is my thing. Besides, I thought she was nice until I got to know her. Carlotta was a friend of the family, and for a while, a young, patchouli-sniffing tree hugger and free-spirited dream catcher. She seemed okay at first, but she was freaky. Her true colors bled through one day when her fickle whims and puzzling behavior came to a head. But that was a good thing. Had they not, I would have otherwise been stuck with her, hundreds of miles out of town, for several days. After all, she had 2 tickets to the festival and asked me to go along with her, and that would have meant being alone and stuck with her, together, for days on end. But at the time, I thought it would be cool, so I agreed to go. The week before we were set to leave on our road trip out of town, we had drinks together at a local pub. And then she invited me back to her place to help her pack her car with her tent and camping equipment to gear up for the trip. We arrived at her house after dark. I drove separately and parked on the street. Her driveway was incredibly dark, and so was the path up to her house. I felt my way around down a dark path, climbing up some back steps, stumbling all along in pitch black. There was no moonlight to guide our steps that night. I ended up stubbing my toe several times, to which she just laughed and thought was hilarious. By the time it dawned on me that I could use my phone, I realized I'd left it in the car. She didn't think to warn me of the obstacles in my path beforehand. I was perturbed by my stubbed toes, and her laughing. It wasn't funny. I stumbled up to her door, and when she unlocked it, I expected her to switch on a light, but she never did. I stood in the dark, waiting, anticipating. We stood there awkwardly, in the dark, without speaking. We were supposed to be packing, but instead, she was just breathing. I could hear her breathing. She grabbed my hand and tried to lead me deeper into her pitch-black home. "You got electricity?" I finally asked. She snorted and said she did. "Then could you possibly turn on a light?" "No, it's fine this way," she said. I could feel her standing right in front of me, breathing in my face, heavy, panting. Weirdness. She seemed to sense that I was uncomfortable, and so she added, "Darkness is our friend." Well, it may have been her friend, but it wasn't mine. I panicked at that moment. I didn't know if I was about to be jumped by a serial killer, or if this girl was putting the moves on me. But this wasn't my idea of wooing me in a romantic manner. It was downright giving me the creeps. Who wouldn't it give the creeps to? This chick was clearly a freak, and not in a good way. Good freaks, they just feel good. This bitch felt sinister and off, missing. Definitely missing something. I suddenly didn't like her. I trust my instincts. I don't know what room I was in, where her knife drawer was in proximity to her body. I didn't know if I was standing in a hoarder pile filled with roaches and fleas, or if her ex-dead lover may have been mummified on the couch. I had no clue as to why she wouldn't turn on the damn lights. She was keeping me in the dark on purpose, and I didn't like it. What were her intentions? So, I felt my way backwards, away from her. I backtracked as quickly as possible, bruising my tailbone on a piece of furniture or a coffin, and blindly felt my way until I finally grasped the doorknob and turned it and stumbled back down the stairway, back down the path, all while she yelled, "Wendy, come back!" No thanks, Jeffrey Dahmer. Stubbing my toes again on skulls and skeletons, likely her dead grandmother, until I finally got to some streetlights and ran. Sighs of relief. I escaped her. She called me the next day, said that she had a better date for the Strawberry Festival. Boy, was I relieved. I was homeless in my 20s thanks to a gambling addiction, but then I found a job cleaning up at an old bar in the middle of nowhere. It was the perfect place to avoid the casino's call. There were only 5 or 6 customers at any given time, and they were all too old and drunk to cause any trouble. That being said, I'm not sure how the place stayed open, but I got paid and that's all that mattered. They closed at 2 a.m., and I would sweep up after starting the dishwasher. Eventually, I was trusted to close up on my own, so I started taking sponge baths in the bathroom sink, and I would smoke a few cigarettes out back before crashing behind the counter. I was in full survival mode. The back area was just a miles-long grass field with a forest at the other end. Nothing special. Sometimes I would lay on the ground and look up at the stars while I smoked and daydreamed. I didn't know which were stars or planets or where any of the constellations were, but that didn't make it any less serene. It actually became my favorite part of each day. Then one night I had an experience that made me terrified of being outside at night. What I thought to be a shooting star streaked across the sky, then came to a sudden halt and began emitting a soft green glow. It only sat motionless for a minute before moving again, and this time it was coming towards me. It grew bigger, little by little, until coming to another stop. I can't tell how high it was, but it looked like it was hovering directly over the back of the field. Next, the light started getting brighter until it hurt my eyes. I tried looking away, but I could still see the pale green light even through my eyelids. It made me dizzy, and I must have passed out because I only remember flashes after that. When I next opened my eyes, I was still on the ground, and 3 tall gray beings were standing over me. They were humanoid in shape, but very different in appearance. Their heads were huge, with big, bulbous black eyes, straight out of something from an old sci-fi movie, and they only had small slits for nostrils and mouths. Before I could even register more or even comprehend my situation, everything went black. The next time I regained consciousness, I was lying on something cold and metallic inside of a white room. Or maybe the lights were so bright it only looked white. I can't be sure. It's almost like a fever dream. Then a voice began to speak in my mind, telling me to sleep, and the world went black yet again. There was also a flash of being taken back into the bar. I have the vaguest memory of being carried up the porch steps, the sound of padded feet on the wooden deck. The final time I woke, it was 9 a.m., and I was in my sleeping bag behind the counter. My head hurt like the worst hangover of my life, and I spent 10 minutes in the bathroom, puking up a bunch of thick, clear liquid. I was still nauseous for most of the day afterwards, but there was no more mystery fluid spewing out of me. That night, when I cleaned myself, there were small, quarter-sized bruises on my chest, abdomen, thighs, and biceps. They were sore to the touch, but faded a few days later, along with the random dizziness that would suddenly overtake me. There was nowhere I could go. I had to continue working at the bar for another 6 months before I could buy a car and get out of the backwoods. But I never smoked after dark again. I don't know what the hell happened to me in that field, and I honestly don't want to know. I just don't think my mind would recover if I knew everything. This is the first time I've even thought about it in over 15 years, and I just couldn't stop, so I decided to share the experience. I have a life with a real family and a good job now. I didn't feel comfortable telling any of them about my ordeal, lest I sound crazy, but this seemed like a safe place to put it. I almost prefer that I was crazy, but it was all just far too real.
Hey everyone, I'm 33, in good health, and I come from Lower Saxony, Germany. Yes, sometimes life has been troubling, but I've always been open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 2 weeks ago, I had a nightmare that took place in my room. I dreamed that my bedroom was a movie set. To the left of my bed, was my grandparents' old cupboard. To the right was a newer cupboard, and the window was across from the bed. In the dream, I was laying on my right side when someone grabbed me. I slowly turned around and saw someone sitting next to me. I couldn't tell their gender, but they had long hair, and they were facing the opposite direction. When I touched their back, they turned around and I shouted, "Who are you?" Suddenly, the figure was gone, and frightened, I got up to look out the window. That's when I woke up shouting. But I was also experiencing sleep paralysis, so I couldn't move. It's happened before, so I knew what was going on. I wondered why the blinds were still down, because I hadn't realized that I was still dreaming when I looked outside. First, I wondered who the person had been. I live alone. I don't have a girlfriend. My grandmother has lived in a retirement home since May, and my grandfather passed away, but he didn't die in the apartment. I've read that many people see an entity when experiencing sleep paralysis, but I'm not sure if seeing it before I woke up still counts. The last time I had sleep paralysis was in 2019, and before that, it was 2012. During the 2019 experience, I was in my ex-girlfriend's living room. When I woke up, I couldn't move, and someone was walking down the hallway towards the front door. Like I said, I've been pretty open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 7 years ago, my grandfather died from a tumor, but now I need to circle back to that cupboard that came from his old house in 2007. That's the house my great-grandmother died in on December 24th, 1999. I suspect it was the source behind the activity. I do feel like someone is here, but in a good way. I know it sounds far-fetched, but that's how it feels. I didn't feel this way when my grandparents still lived in the house. Of course, I was younger then. A few months ago, there was another incident in the living room where I have a second cupboard from my grandparents. It contains a few old books about nature, and one just fell over. Nothing was shaking. It wasn't standing at a strange angle. It simply fell over, and I was pretty scared. What are your thoughts? I'm not too frightened anymore. I have good feelings about my grandmother and grandfather. They were the best people I've ever known. But could all of this have something to do with their furniture?
When I was 19, my family and I were out of town in Hot Springs, Arkansas, having fun at a theme park they have there. It was me, my mom, dad, and my 3 younger siblings. We had been there for a couple of days over the weekend and needed gas before driving a few hours back home. I walked into the gas station store looking for a bathroom. They said it was outside and gave me a key. Even though it was daylight and my parents were right outside at the pumps, I instantly had a horrible gut feeling. It was such a strange feeling that it's hard to describe. It wasn't quite fear, but something like if you could feel evil, maybe like a warning sign. Anyway, the bathroom is on the other side of the gas station, facing away from the pumps, and I go inside, do my thing, wash my hands, and then, as my hand is on the door handle, ready to leave, the feeling gets intense, like I might throw up, and I'm feeling crazy emotions. And I knew, without knowing for certain, that I shouldn't leave. I decided to call my parents from the restroom. I tell them that they need to come get me on the other side. They don't even question it and say that they're on their way. I don't bother waiting outside the bathroom at all. This feeling of evil is so strong, there's no way I'm heading out that door. I know that's probably not something real, to feel evil, but it's not like any other feeling. A few moments later, I heard a knock. I know right away that it's okay to open the door. It's my dad. He asks if I'm okay. A Of course, I was fine, and because I couldn't quite explain my feelings, I said yes. He then said that when he drove the car around the back, there was a man with an old truck pulled up to the bathroom with his truck door open. The man was standing directly outside the bathroom door, as if he were ready to throw me in his truck the second I stepped out. When he saw my parents, he jumped in his truck and drove off. My dad was furious. He remembered the make and color of the truck and even noticed the broken back window of his cab. We whipped out of the parking lot with the whole family going after the guy. We actually caught up with him and followed him a ways. I didn't know what my dad would have done if he'd caught him, but that intense feeling of fear was back. We almost ended up at a red light together, but the man in the truck went through it and we lost him. I don't know for sure what my original feeling of dread and fear was, but my mom likes to say it was the Holy Spirit taking care of me, warning me. I really don't know. I've had it a few times since then, and it always happens in bad situations, so maybe she's right. That time, though, was definitely the most intense. As a child, I recall one experience very vividly. I was about 12 years old. I lived in a 2-bedroom home with my parents and 2 sisters. One summer night, my mom was boiling a chicken while we waited for my dad to come home from work. I remember going to bed around 10 p.m., and my sisters, the 3 of us, shared a room. In the middle of the night, I started feeling very uneasy. I felt nauseous and woke up. I tried falling back asleep, rolled onto my right side. This is where the strange things occur. At first, I wanted to believe that it was just a dream, but I still question that to this day because of the real-life repercussions. In my dream, I had woken up. I'd rolled to the left side of my bed and was facing my sister's bed in the middle. Our bedroom door was closed, but I saw something coming through the door on the ground. It was a small being, not sure if it was a sort of dwarf or alien, but it had milky, translucent skin with long, skinny arms. The thing climbed up on my sister's bed, and it sat on her chest. In my dream, I remember being wide-eyed and panicking. I screamed that it leave my sister alone. Then, the thing looked at me straight in the eyes and grabbed me by my right wrist. It told me, "Wake up if you don't want to die." I woke up and screamed my head off. I ran to my bedroom door to go to my parents' room, but when I opened the door, the house was full of thick black smoke. I started to scream and woke everyone up. My dad got all of us outside, and I was crying. I told my parents about my dream, and they were in shock. If I hadn't woken up, we would all be dead. My mom had fallen asleep and forgotten to turn off the chicken that she was boiling that night. I'm 27 years old now, but I remember this event and that thing very clearly. They're embedded into my memory. I just have no idea what it was. This happened to my aunt in the 80s. It started with her having this weird dream, one about being abducted and medically tested inside of a UFO. The classic alien abduction nightmare. She remembered medical instruments near her face. That part was very vivid. But when she woke up with no pain, she thought nothing more of it. Except a few days later, she goes in for a routine dental appointment and gets x-rays. Then, the dentist shows her the x-ray images, and though it's clear from the images themselves, he tells her that there seems to be something under one of her molars. At first, I was skeptical hearing the story. Even though I knew my aunt had no reason to lie to me, I just never been much of a believer in anything supernatural or odd. But I shit you not, more than a decade later, I saw the x-rays myself. It's clear from the initial x-ray that something was there, something I assumed to be metal, rectangular, almost tubular in shape. just sitting under one of her molars. Back then, she told me that she got a copy of the x-rays just in case someone she cared about didn't believe her, or if something happened to her. She said keeping them around made her feel validated and grounded to earth in some way. After she got her x-rays, a few other dentists took a look at them too, even taking additional x-rays at the request of my aunt. They all witnessed the same anomaly. There are many witnesses if you include my own family, my mother, my grandmother. Ones I'd seen for myself. No one could convince me that it wasn't real. Trust me, something was there. Anyway, her original dentist decides that they have to take it out, at least biopsy it, verify that it's not cancerous. They make an appointment to do just that, something close to a week later. She wasn't in any sort of discomfort at the time, which both the dentist and my aunt found odd, but considered it all the more reason to investigate. My aunt says it was during this week that she had the same dream, again, 2 nights before returning to the dentist. Medical instruments around her face, blinding white light, followed by dizzying blackness. She still felt no pain, but she couldn't dismiss the similarities between the 2 experiences. She describes being anxious but incredibly eager for her dental appointment at this time. She said she knew something would be different. Nearly a week later, they finally get to the appointment, and it begins with new x-rays. Here's where, in my mind, it gets even weirder. They find nothing. The dentist takes another x-ray for good measure. Nothing. Gone. I saw that x-ray too. Nothing there. I get it. Some of you are thinking that this could be explained, and honestly, I would love to hear it. Of course, it seems unlikely that the dreams were real, that some alien left something under my aunt's tooth, then retrieved it when they found out it was going to be removed by a human dentist. There are possibly many explanations that I have yet to think of, or maybe it's even one of the ones I have thought of. Maybe something in the x-ray machine went wrong, or anywhere else in the process of obtaining the image. Perhaps her molar had an abnormal shape. Could be. Though I think between multiple dentists, they would be able to explain that. And they couldn't. I honestly don't know. I do know that it was like nothing I'd ever personally seen, not even when scouring the internet these days. For probably obvious reasons, my aunt doesn't want her pictures online, or even on her own computer. I doubt she'd be okay with me taking a photo for the world to see, but it's not going to stop me from asking her the next time I visit her neck of the woods. I guess it's the only thing I've ever experienced that I can't explain. Even if it was secondhand, I can't properly explain it, so I thought it was worth sharing. Thanks for reading.
At age 8, I woke from a vivid nightmare at 4 a.m. It was about bright green locusts and porcelain dolls. I laid awake for a while, too spooked to go back to sleep, but eventually I went downstairs to watch TV before school. I was sitting on the sofa, and to my right was the glass door leading upstairs. From the corner of my eye, I see a light up there, and when I turned, I saw a figure. It was a glowing, pale blue shape, with an open robe and hood. There were no facial features, just 2 shiny red eyes. It was beckoning me forward with its left hand. I've never felt terror like that before. I slapped my hands to my face, hiding my eyes from the figure. I felt trapped. I didn't want to open my eyes, but I had nowhere to go. My only options were upstairs, past the figure, or through the kitchen behind me. With a rush of adrenaline, I ran straight upstairs with my eyes closed, right by whatever might have been standing in the doorway. I dove into bed and hid under the covers until my dad got up for work. I kept going into his room asking if he was getting up soon, and he eventually went downstairs as I followed behind. There was no sign of anything, but my heart was still racing, and I was terrified. I followed Dad all the way to the bathroom and virtually stood behind him as he peed. Finally, I found the courage to tell him what I saw, but he was a skeptic and said it was just my imagination. I could almost believe him. I was a pretty weird kid. I loved horror and the paranormal, but I'd never experienced anything like this. The whole feeling of it was strange. I still remember it like it was yesterday, even all these years later. I thought the nightmare could have sent my imagination into overdrive, or that light was reflecting off of the glass panels, and my brain processed that image of the phantom. There's only one thing that doesn't let me dismiss it completely. When I came downstairs that night, I wasn't alone. Our cat was there too. Fugly was a big silver Persian that my dad thought was hideous, hence the name. This was a very docile cat. You could do anything to her and she would just keep purring. She didn't have a bad bone in her body. When I followed Dad through the kitchen, I saw Fugly on one of the dining room chairs, tucked under the table. When I bent down to look at her, she was severely spooked. Her eyes were saucers, her fur standing up straight. She was nearly twice her size. I put my hand towards her, but she hissed and scratched my hand hard enough to draw blood. This really stayed with me. She'd never acted like that before, nor did she ever display that behavior again after. So, that's my only experience. I love the paranormal. I'm pretty open-minded. What's your opinion? Do I have an overactive imagination, or could it have been something else? Has anyone seen something similar? I moved into my apartment 9 years ago. Before the early 2010s, when it was converted into lofts, it was a factory. I wanted to make this post because I've had some strange experiences over the years. Experiences that have led me down the rabbit hole of an unsolved murder from 1998. I'm mostly wondering if this will line up with anyone else's story. Shortly after moving in, I was living alone and had fallen asleep in front of the TV. When I woke up, I stepped into a thick puddle of liquid that definitely wasn't there when I fell asleep. The puddle was roughly 1 foot in diameter, and there was no obvious explanation for it. There were no air ducts or underlying pipework, and I wasn't drinking anything that could have fallen over. It was too thick and viscous to be water. Plus, it smelled like coconut shampoo. After cleaning it up, I called my parents to get their opinion. They said to keep a lookout in case there was a leak somewhere else that was simply coming through in that area. It never happened again, but that's what prompted me to start checking this stuff out on the internet. When I searched for explanations of liquids appearing, it eventually led me to a discussion about poltergeists. Initially, I rationalized that poltergeists only existed in places where some form of trauma had occurred. And I wasn't sure if that was true in this case. I wasn't a true skeptic back then. But I've never been the type of person to poke the bear, as they say. Long story short, that's when I learned my building used to be a factory. In 1998, the owner was murdered in the parking lot. And, while the case is technically still unsolved, an officer was quoted as saying they know who did it. There just wasn't enough evidence to prosecute. Upon learning this, I understood the connection and began mentioning the story to others in the building. along with my strange liquid experience. I figured this murdered soul wanted to be acknowledged, and ever since I started telling the story, nothing else has physically happened. Though, recently, I've started suspecting other types of experiences. For the past year, whenever I work in my home office, I get a sense of being shot in the head. At least, what I imagine it would feel like. It happens when I'm awake. They aren't dreams. It's like my mind drifts into it. It's really hard to explain. It's like a memory of a car passing by, and suddenly, I feel my head clock back violently. This has been a reoccurring thing that comes and goes. But it only happens at night. I think the spirit is trying to communicate how they felt when they died. When I first started researching the murder, I didn't read where the victim was shot. It was only when I went back to review the articles that I realized it was a mob hit with a getaway car. 3 men shot the victim, once in the head, twice in the stomach. The murder happened at 7 a.m., and occasionally, my stomach will randomly hurt at that time, only to be completely fine the rest of the day. Has anyone had similar experiences? Is there anything I could do to put the spirit at ease? Oh, and another element of this murder is that after the victim was killed, people found out that he had a mistress in Florida who was married to a famous Miami chef. The location of the murder was in Toronto, Canada. I used to work as a nurse in an old folks' home, and we had one lady who never ate or drank but seemed to live forever. She spoke multiple languages, but she had a strange way of talking. Most of her interactions ended with her laughing and the other person crying. She'll insult people and the people that they care about. There have also been instances where she bit people in the arms or hands. Sometimes she bit them in the neck if they came too close. She laughed at the idea of religion, and her heavy door closed by itself anytime someone entered her cold room. The entire staff believed that there was something more at work here, but the higher-ups never believed in the paranormal. I stopped working there, but a friend told me the woman died shortly after I quit. After the weird woman died, her neighbor also passed away. She hadn't been a fan of living there either. 2 new residents moved into their rooms, but 1 week later, they also passed away. I haven't spoken to any of my old coworkers since the news. That stuff is too scary for me. After I wrote this, I tried contacting one of my friends who used to work there, but he didn't want to talk about it. He's in therapy. His 2nd child is on the way, and he finally found a new house. He wasn't trying to reopen old wounds, and I have to respect that.